Bon dia, bonjour, good morning, karibu. The microphone and say.
In Nyanja, in Zambia, it says Mulibwanji, and everybody answers Bueno.
Bueno.
Mulibwanji?
Bueno.
Great.
Moçambique quer dizer também, Aurélio, fala lá, numa língua nossa lá. Bom dia.
Could you speak in one of the Mozambican language? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
You can say also good morning in Amharic with microphone. And how do we reply?
እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን ደህና አድረናል።
It's complicated, huh? We need to learn that require. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Good morning, all participants online. Now we have 46 participants who have joined from different countries. I think participants online were very, very active. I have seen the chat box file. It was exploding with comments and also questions. So thank you for your participation. And there were also many contributions, technical contributions, etc. I think it's mine. Yeah. Yes, it's yours. Sorry. Good. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now we start then our day, second day, and Erika, who is a very, very key person doing all this production online, sitting in Italy, has already put the presentation. Thank you, Erika. Good morning.
Thank you and good morning.
So you might remember that we start the days always with a half an hour session dedicated to questions and answers, also just brief recaps, and also recall the agenda of the day. Today I am chairing. Tomorrow we will have Colleen chairing, and then on Thursday we will have a, let's say, mix between Miriam and Naveen to chair, right? So that's just to announce that we will have different chairs from now on. Okay, so again, just welcome everybody. We all know that we have 3 languages officially being used in this room. And in the afternoon, we will have another presentation in Portuguese language. So just be prepared to use your devices, translation devices. Today we have some additional participants, notably from Tunisia. They arrived a bit later yesterday, quite in the afternoon. Well, it was the flight plan. So one of them is here, Mrs. Olfa. She's from Ministry of Labor and Vocational Education and Training, and she's dealing with the NQF development already for many years. And Mr. Hassan is also coming soon. Okay. We will also have another participant joining later from SADC Secretariat. So I hope you will come soon. So this slide was more for all those participants who joined a bit later, just to recall the objectives of this training week. So we have Mr. Hassan has just joined the room. Welcome. So let us recall our road. Here it is without Baobab. And so yesterday we did the opening, a keynote speech. We had participants' introduction via the multimeter, so it was a technical manner of doing that. Then we looked into concepts, classifications, and frameworks related with occupations, skills, and competences, NQF systemic view, build and govern the NQF, compare NQFs and qualifications, and a final discussion. We also gathered questions and suggestions, very strategic ones, on the table, on the boards there. And we have some questions from the chat box. We are going to address them today. And today, our agenda is about qualifications. So we are going to start by one of the fundamental pillars, which is the discussion about learning outcomes and level descriptors. in the session 11. Then we will look into digitalization, and that will be session 11, in which we have two cases: European digital credentials and for learning, as well as e-certificate, Zambia. Develop qualifications will be an important session in the afternoon, and also an interesting topic, I think, for many of you who like, for example, artificial intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence in analyzing data. I know it's the case of our friend Abdullah Salifu from UNESCO. So we will have a session about labor market intelligence, innovative methods. But the start will be country case Ethiopia. So our participant colleague, Mr. Dereje Woldemariam, is going to present, I hope I pronounced well, Ethiopian National Qualifications Framework in the session, 15-minute session right after this one. Okay, so then we continue the road tomorrow. You all remember that we have been using this model to remind us all that the NQF does not work in isolation, does not work as something separate, because otherwise it doesn't work. It must be related with the system. So this also to remind that we are tackling most of these themes of this model through this training week, and they are all very well addressed, explored in the 10 ACQF training modules that elaborate on all these themes. I would like to remind from the book of speakers, yes, all the people who are involved as trainers and speakers, and I have simply highlighted there all the colleagues who are going to speak today. So Colleen, she is going to do the session on learning outcomes and level descriptors. Miriam is going to tell us about e-certificate, ZAQUA. Mr. Olavo Correia, you know him already, is going to speak about development of qualifications, a practical road. Mr. Dereje Woldemariam is going to tell us about the Ethiopian Qualifications Framework. Mr. Koen Nomden from the European Commission will tell us about digital certificates. And Mr. Mauro Pelucchi from Lightcast Italy is going to share with us these very interesting experiences and innovative methods for labor market intelligence. So as always, please, colleagues who are online, do write your comments and your concrete questions in the chat box. And colleagues here, please use also those boards to write your questions, your comments related more or less directly with the sessions. Let us start immediately with some of the comments. So I took pictures and I think it's quite interesting to see them as they were written. So the first question is, to include Sudan and South Sudan in the trends as countries that want to start development of the NQF. So this was a concrete request by our colleagues sitting here at the table, at the IGAD table, and I think this is already a very good first result of having IGAD here as a region in this workshop. So thanks Sagal and Dr. Kebede for organizing such a dynamic group. So the reply is this: of course, this can be done, most welcome. We are really very happy to include all countries. So let us have a short meeting today or tomorrow, colleagues, just to see a few points so that we can gather some information for this. So thanks a lot. Then another question, an interesting, very good one for development. This is coming from Professor Rodolphine Wamba, Cameroon, and from our friend Abdul Lahate Cissé, Senegal. The question is really good. So, so they were here yesterday struggling and saying, we do need to define a guideline or a framework, a canevas in French, for the implementation or to guide implementation of the NQFs So something to be done together with the ACQF. And this guideline or Canva should support rapid development in the countries, particularly French-speaking countries, which are in the process of developing the NQF. So this is a very good challenge, and let us really do this, colleagues, and let's put together a working group and explore how to do this, how to make this happen. So I just wanted to note that such requests are really at the core of what ACQF is about. Then I just want also to give a partial response to this important request. And it is about the following. In fact, ACQF is aware of this important need. And as you know from the beginning, this idea of developing and making available thematic content in form of training modules, guidelines, handbooks, etc., has been at the heart of the work. And so you can find on the ACQF website the mapping study collection. Especially the comprehensive report contains a lot of very useful information guiding or helping countries orient themselves in development of an NQF. The 11 thematic briefs, there will be soon a 12th thematic brief, which also look at specific questions in a short manner. The 10 training modules, they are all very useful and of special interest for development of the NQF. I'm just noting here the module 1 on learning outcomes, the module 2 on level descriptors, the module number 4 on RPL and credit accumulation and transfer system, the module 7 on monitoring and evaluation, and the module 10, NQF, systemic view. So all these, if put together, can really be very helpful for your working groups, national working groups. The 10 guidelines, the publication is in progress, but they are all available and also translated in the two languages, French, Portuguese. There is a brief ACQF handbook, very brief, with all these guidelines synthesized in a one chapter, also very easy to read. Then there are these short inventories that we have put also online, like 12 NQFs. There is also a new updated stock taking on national qualifications framework of the SADC. Then we have a tool on the website called NQF Snapshots. You please can use it. It has to be completed, obviously. There is a full library of presentations, reports, didactic videos from these 15 peer learning webinars. And there is also a web page on RPL with an international overview report. So these are just elements that can help you, countries, working groups, task forces, interested in doing the first steps and initiating the process. Now, there is another question, comment, reflection that was proposed by Dr. Abdallah Baguma from Rwanda, who has here 3 questions. They are really fundamental. So I'm trying also to reply. What are the key features of the different phases of NQF? So, for example, if we look at those 5 phases we have been talking about. So can we differentiate between an NQF and NQS? And is it correct to say that NQS can be the lead or provide the basis for the NQF? NQS being the National Qualification System. And then the third question is, what is the timeline to have in place the ACQF? So let us try to reply to all these questions. Yes. Stages of development. Let me explain how this all started. So the 5 phases that we know, that we have been applying all the time in the context of ACQF, have been developed for the mapping study, the initial mapping study, which was the first step of this project. And this was done in October 2019. Welcome, bonjour, bienvenue. On va parler après sur le problème là. Okay. So this concept was developed for the ACQF mapping study, and in the report you can find information about this, how these 5 stages were developed and what they mean. So the five stages are, just let us remind, no NQF, So development to be started. We wanted to include this in order to be able to classify all countries out of the survey. And interestingly, many countries who replied to the survey classified themselves in this level 1. One of those countries is Angola, by the way. And the person who filled that survey is here sitting at the table. It is Ana Claudia. She put Angola as at level 1. And today Angola is at level 4. So that just in 2.5 years. Then the second is early thinking. The first steps, development and consultation. It's a very big phase actually, because development and consultation can take years really. Then approved and implementation started. In many cases, yes, the approval has been done, the implementation has started, and this starting period also takes some time because there is a lot there to be put in place, to be clarified, methodologies, tools, procedures, etc., to be developed. Then advanced implementation and reviewed already NQF, NQS. So this is the stage 5. And I want always to underscore, this is dynamic. Countries move from one to the other. The fact that the country has classified itself as at level 1 at a certain moment of history does not mean the country stays there all the time. It all depends on the will of the country. By the way, I want to welcome Malawi. A special, she was not here yesterday, I just see her. Lindiwe, you are very welcome. Thank you. Sorry, I was with her in Malawi recently, and they are also doing work to move ahead with the NQF. Thank you. It was not easy to come here. So, stage 1, NQF not available. Some characteristics are here. The country might have an implicit qualifications framework. All countries have an implicit qualifications framework. There is some information on NQFs in other countries. There is some interest. Stage 2, early thinking. It is the start of the process of dialogue and exchanges between national institutions regarding the rationale and future steps towards development of the NQF. Why? What are we going to get? What is the added value? Why? What are we going how are we going to use the NQF to improve and to tackle the many issues or challenges we have with our human resources in the country, with our education training system and so on. A leading role of 1 or 2 institutions is needed there, or is possible, so that this process can move ahead. Important is this moving ahead from one to the other. There should always be there a trigger, an energy, a capacity to take the next step. Stage 3. It is called in development and consultation. So it's the decision to start the NQF process is taken at political level with support. An NQF working group or a task force coordination group is set up with a plan and resources. There is awareness, information, capacity development in preparation and being done, a baseline study, concept and technical paper on the NQF, organized stakeholder consultation and communication. We have seen this being done, for example, recently in Mozambique. Maria Luisa, who is sitting here with us, and Ida, represented here by Aurelio, they were going to all cities in the country to discuss, to present, to get comments, etc., from many stakeholders. That's an organized process of consultation and communication about the draft document. Then finalized package of main documents, a planned roadmap towards adoption, approval, including meetings, contacts with key decision makers, documentation. This adoption can be a tricky process, of course, we know, depends on some political, institutional characteristics of the country. So some work has to be done at that level as well. So these are some characteristics. Stage 4, approved, implementation started. The NQF legal act or acts are approved and published. The NQF coordination implementation entity, different models established with resources. Institutional and capacity building started. This means work processes, procedures, quality assurance. Functions, tasks, responsibilities of the lead entity are approved, clear. implementation plan with resources, NQF tools, platforms, stakeholders consultation, some web presence, even if it is just a small web space in a website, M&E system has to be established quite quickly. International cooperation also starts at different fora and networks, and preparation even to referencing to the regional qualifications framework when it exists. Stage 5, advanced implementation and revised NQF. So the NQF implementation entity is visible. It is no longer something hidden. Nobody knows about it. It must be visible and credible. That's the advanced implementation and acknowledged. It is called by the ministry. It is called by the stakeholders, social partners. So it is visible. People know it is delivering. It is delivering. The NQF register or registers of qualifications or other aspects is fully developed, is fully accessible to the public. M&E system is advanced, provides data, analysis, orientations for further review, new developments, policy developments. Information and data on NQF is used by international organizations because the NQF is known already. So, or networks. I know our colleague Abdullah Salifu is going to tell us about this, but NQF, information on NQF is very important then to be used by the recognition networks and centers in the recognition, let's say, context. Of course, mobility, sharing of good practice, etc. So this is that the NQS really have a place, are very visible and making a change, are acknowledged. I also want, in this respect, to this question on stages and levels, just make a small comparison, and you can have this document, I can send it to you. Later than the ACQF proposal about stages in August 2021, ETFs at the FOP have developed a paper on stages of NQFs, and you see the approach is different, but there are some common points, as always. In fact, people think in the same manner in different places. So that proposal that was it's later than the ACQF proposal is based on these 6 stages, and there are even sub-stages. So basically explorative stage, design stage, adoption stage, activating stage, operational stage, review stage. There are here many similarities with the ACQF. ACQF has created a little bit broader categories. And so if you compare, you can compare with the ones of the 5 stages that ACQF has proposed for the mapping study initially. And this is simply the document that I can also share about those 6 stages approach. Then Dr. Baguma, the question about NQF versus NQS is in a way, well, I think defined in these definitions, particularly this one here. A national qualification system includes, and then also the place of an explicit qualifications framework. And maybe this is a partial, of course, response. It requires further discussion. We can do it also during the week. It is just an attempt to direct you to a well-acknowledged definition, international. So this is more or less now the end of these responses, and I would like then to ask my colleague Erika to please share those few questions coming from the chat box, and those questions have many of them are from Dr. Jenene, Ethiopia, and also one from Winnie, Bulimu. And some questions by colleagues from Sierra Leone as well. So Dr. Jenene these questions are for Andrea. Andrea, are you there, ready to respond? Short responses?
Yes, I am here.
Welcome and good day, Andrea. So the questions are, first, which comes first, qualification standard or professional occupational standard? Do you use qualifications framework to develop professional standard, or we use professional standard to guide qualifications framework? Okay. Then the second question is about qualifications level. So should it be included in the QF policy document? Maybe could you address these first two questions, Andrea?
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure. So I think there's two separate things or three separate things going on in question one. Professional standards describe the occupational standards for a profession. So they're quite focused on the profession. So they stand on their own. But if you're developing up a qualification, you would develop the qualification to meet those professional standards. For example, a surgeon. So what comes first, the professional standard and then the qualification. In terms of the qualifications framework, they could be developed independently because the qualification framework is describing the qualification types that you will issue within your country. So to the second question, I know Colleen's doing a presentation on learning outcomes and level descriptors. The level descriptors, whether you have 8, 10, 12, or whatever, are a critical feature of your qualifications documents, your policy documents. Without them,
sorry, is it allowed to interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I am asking about qualifications level, not level descriptors, but qualification descriptors. I mean, qualification descriptors.
Oh, you're meaning qualification descriptors, not level descriptors.
Yeah, do we have qualification? We have level descriptors. Do we have qualification descriptors? Are they common in developing qualifications framework?
Yeah, okay. So many people put the qualification descriptors in the same policy document as the level descriptors. But quite often I find in emerging qualification systems that they will leave that for a second document because basically they're less sure. They're creating change and they're less clear. So for me, a qualification descriptor, type descriptor is critical. And it's better that they're all together because people from the outside can see them all together and they understand. If you're looking at different documents, it's harder to put the pieces together. Okay. Okay, next question from Winnie. The level descriptor tells you the level of complexity of your qualifications. So we have examples of countries when they accredit a qualification, they look at the outcome of that qualification, the level of complexity, and that helps them determine. So a bachelor isn't a bachelor just because you call it a bachelor. You have to show that the level of complexity of that outcome of that qualification is aligned to the level of the bachelor in your qualification framework. So that is the importance. A qualification type descriptor will hold extra information. The volume of learning, it may hold the purpose of the qualification type. For example, it's an entry-level qualification. Or it gives you additional information, possibly usually around doctorate, around how it's assessed, how the thesis, the basis of it, etc. So the qualification type descriptors give more information. Okay, the next one from Doctor again. The volume of learning, sorry, I think we're under Winnie. It's a question around the Ethiopia TVET system. Am I correct? When you talk about volume of learning, it's an anticipated estimation. If I had to teach you, doctor, and you knew nothing about the topic, how long would it take me to teach you? How much time would you need to practice and be assessed? Now, having said that, if you're very skilled in the area and you go to assessment, then that doesn't matter if you short circuit it. Same with RPL. If you're assessed, it is an estimate of a student. I call them a green skin, somebody who doesn't have any experience in the field. So if you do have experience, it does not affect your volume of learning measure. It's an estimate. It means I learned on the job, I now go for assessment. Lucky me. Okay, the last one is from Fred before I hand over. I think all of us would say that it's better to develop a comprehensive framework where you pull in higher education, TVET, skills, adult sector. You may have a whole range of sectors and schooling, especially the end of schooling. That would be the ideal. And sometimes you do see countries develop up a TVET framework or a higher ed framework. But there's a lot of angst and a lot of pain once you start to move to an NQF, because you might have implemented, as Eduardo was talking about, a whole system around TVET. When you've renegotiated an NQF, you have to turn that ship around. So ideally, I would say try and go for an NQF as best as you can. Thank you.
Cláudia, to respond. Sim. O que que se tem que fazer quando há uma compreensão, saber limitado?
What can be done when we got a limited, can be Maria Luisa or Ana Paula, based on your experience. What can we do? Because the institution, they're not aware of this.
Practitioners from the national institutions to respond. What is it that is necessary to address this issue? How to counteract limited understanding of key stakeholders about these topics of NQF? Not the expert, Olavo. We heard him yesterday. I want you to tell us, you institutions. It's better.
Posso começar? Sim, Maria Luisa.
My name is Maria Luis. I'm from Mozambique. Yes, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I think this is a big opportunity to share what was our experience in Mozambique in relation to this point. I can use my personal experience, because when I joined to participate in the development group of national qualification, I didn't have a lot of information. The first attitude was to try to understand, to see what kind of process was from the legal framework, where we include the issue of designing the qualification framework. So one of the activities which was frequent that helped us as a technical team, it was the capacity building, sorry. So during that process, we are preparing our superior higher education, our employers, and all these relevant stakeholders. We monthly from last year, we got one webinar per month where we discuss all the issues, all the basic issues, so that our stakeholder from now, instead of waiting for the implementation phase, so that they can be aware of that. This is our experience, and I thank you.
Indeed, CNAC is organizing now structured regular webinars on these topics for many different participants, universities, and not only. Ana Cláudia, Angola.
Obrigada. Bem, a nossa experiência.
Our experience, it was almost similar to Mozambican ones. So our strategy at the beginning, it was to organize a team, a working group with so many workshops and webinars to capacity building all the stakeholders, including the capacity building of our technical team that are part of this technical unity. It's a unit of management, and it's also responsible for the implementation phase of our national education for Angola. It was a work which took about a year, and we had those workshops and those webinars, and also to reals that on those workshops, we decided to start with a group of a concept note, so that everybody could get used to these concepts and definitions in relation to our national education of qualification. And I thank you.
Thanks, colleagues, for this response coming directly from the institutions dealing or coordinating the NQF. Yes, Anna.
Pois, esqueci-me de algo.
Sorry, I forgot also to add that Angola started its implementation phase of national qualification in a time where we had a project called ACQF. So for us, it was important. We had other webinars during the last years. So we thank the African Union and all the partners for the opportunity given to us to be part of those webinars. And I thank you.
So now we move to Ethiopia. Mr. Dereje Woldemariam, please, you are welcome here to tell us about the Ethiopian qualifications framework. You have 15 minutes. Thank you. So I will already prepare for you, and this is to change this one. Okay, thank you in advance.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all. እንዴት አደራችሁ? This is it. እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን, meaning thanks to God. Sure. My name is Daraja Augucho Waldamariam. I came from Ethiopia, and my organization is Education and Training Authority. Education and Training Authority, formerly it is called HERCA, HERQA, meaning Higher Education Relevance and Quality Agency. It was regulating quality of education only at the higher education level. But starting this year, it is changed to ETA by increasing duties and responsibilities. That means regulating all quality of educations at the general education, the TVET, and the higher education. Now it has become a larger authority. It's changed from agency to authority. Anyway, I'm so thankful to introduce the Ethiopian qualification framework with this limited time. So I'm really happy. The Ethiopian qualification framework was drafted a decade before and developed, revised a number of times by HESC, a higher education and strategic center. It was working for the last many years, but now dissolved to the Ministry of Education. The Ethiopian qualification framework was discussed and developed by different group of professionals, educators, professors, and validation workshop was carried on many times. Even I remember the workshop I was participating twice with the involvement of stakeholders, university presidents, Ministry of Labor and Skill, the industry representatives, and so forth. So with these limited slides and restricted time, I want to present the main features, objectives, and the role of ETA, the Education and Training Authority, my organization, and the recent status of the qualification framework. Now, Ethiopia has developed many strategic documents, the roadmap, the proclamation, and so on and so forth, just for the education system in the country. Now, this one, the qualification framework, is a new national policy for regulating qualifications in the country. It is a national system which links together the three education and training subsectors: the general education, the TVET, and the higher education. It is supposed to address many Ethiopians' challenges in the areas of quality, access, equity, and relevance, and particularly accountability in the country, and is supposed to serve as a platform for communication, coordination between the sub-frameworks. Now, the purpose of this qualification framework, by the way, I want to say something here. ACQF, the abbreviation ACQF, the small t here is deliberately written because if you write EQF, it will make any confusion with the European qualification framework. So here it is deliberate that T appears small, so Ethiopian qualification framework. So the purpose of this framework is to establish a national standard of knowledge, skills, and wider competencies to ensure the relevance of qualifications to, I think this one is disturbing me. Okay, let me do it like this. I think this, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So 5 major purposes are designed. So one of the purpose is to resolve the diversity of sectors and improve articulations and comparability between qualifications and different sectors, to establish national quality standards and systems for quality assurance of providers, programs, delivery, and assessment. It is to establish clear progress pathways. This is a little bit vague in our country, but now everything is going to be clear. So there will be a clear pathway from one level to the other and facilitate procedures for learning and transfer recognition of learning. It provides a means to benchmark qualifications. Now, the qualification framework has the following philosophy. In terms of local context, globalization, outcome-based pedagogy, social justice, lifelong learning. So the qualification framework has to increase chances of participation for all citizens in learning opportunities. It should also suit to the country's specific need in social, economic, political spheres. The other philosophy is the Ethiopian qualification framework needs to recognize the global trend. It should also enable regional and international comparability. It creates opportunity for learners' mobility. It has to recognize learning outcomes gained through informal and non-formal modalities. Objective for the interest of time, I have already said this in one way or the other in the purpose. This is the structure of the qualification framework. In this structure, there are 8 levels. Now, as you know, countries have 10 levels. Some has 9 levels. Here, the Ethiopian qualification is supposed to have 8 levels. Why 8? Nothing special, because we are using the already existing qualifications. The PhD has come to be the highest level in the country, which is level 8. Coming to it, the postgraduate is the next level, level 7. The master's degree, bachelor degree is at level 6. And here, the green area is given for TVET qualifications. Already they are under implementation. Okay, so what is new here in this qualification framework is level 1. It means any student that has completed grade 12 is given level 1 just by default, because curriculums are already vocationalized. That means at each step he's learning a vocational concept. So therefore, any completer of grade 12 by default will be given level 1. So levels for TVET qualifications start at 2. So level 4 is equivalent to diploma or level 4 certificate. Level 5 is equivalent to advanced diploma. We don't have qualifications in Ethiopia like associate degree, postgraduate diploma, and so on and so forth. That is what we are going to do maybe for the next time. So when we come to levels and level descriptors, all the levels have their own, just like the others, they have levels and level descriptors. Levels are designed in terms of KSC, knowledge, skill, and competency, where competencies are defined in terms of autonomy and responsibility. Level descriptors are also expressed in terms of learning outcomes. So this is an example. For example, for level 6 descriptors, a student that has a level 6 qualification or a degree qualification will supposed to have this competency, and he is supposed to have this skill, and he's supposed to have this knowledge. So for each level, level descriptors are indicated. This is as an example. When do we use level descriptors? We use level descriptors when designing new programs, in the development of curriculums. We use level descriptors in writing learning outcomes. We use level descriptors writing assessment criteria. We do have a good experience in the Ministry of Health. Graduates from health all are assessed. There is a licensure exam, so they are expected just to refer the level descriptors from the National Qualification Framework. We use it for prior learning. We use it for award bearing. We use for accreditation purposes. So there are guiding principles for the qualification framework. The first is just all qualifications has to be registered. There will be inventory of qualifications nationally, internationally. Okay. We'll have again the other principle is we use qualifications for standard setting. We use a qualification for quality assurance. I'm doing this just for the interest of time. So we use the fourth guiding principle is that every assessment has to refer the Ethiopian qualification framework. There will be also credit arrangement and pathway. It provides mechanisms which enable the recognition of all learners' achievements, irrespective of the context of learning. It establishes eligibility to apply for entry into a higher level or same level programs, be developed based on a gap analysis of the learning outcomes of the two qualifications to bridge gaps, and so on and so forth. And the last guiding principle may be awarding. Certification document is used to consistently across the education and training sectors. Finally, what will be the role of ETA, the Education and Training Authority? This is my organization. So the Ethiopian qualification framework, I can say it was overcooked. It was developed and revised for more than 10 years. It was not implemented. The main reason was there was no governing body which overtakes the implementation of the framework. But now ETA will be the apex body for the governance and implementation of the qualification framework. ETA is chosen because it is established to regulate the quality of the country or the education at each level. An implementation regulation will be approved by the Council of Ministers of the effective implementation. So currently, the Amharic version of the document is at the hand of the Council of Ministers. We expect it will be approved. After the approval, we can say hopefully we are in the track to implement it. Yesterday, I heard a statement that impressed me. Do not wait for perfection. National qualification framework is always in development. So we are going to implement it with all of its limitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dereje Waldemariam. This was a very good presentation. It was a good presentation, Mr. Waldemariam. I think very, very clear, and particularly this last part. We are going to start, even if it has some limitations. That's excellent. Thank you. So now we have Colleen joining us here to start talking about something really fundamental, learning outcomes and level descriptors. So Colleen, the floor is yours and your presentation will be uploaded. Choose the microphone you want. I think do you want this one? This is mine, it is disinfected dental. Only you can use it.
I'll just use that so I can.
So you know how to do it. The first you have to touch, and in principle it goes. You can use also this thing for the.
Let's go just behind this. Can it go behind the screen so that I can see what I'm presenting? I think that's perfect. Thank you very much and good morning. I will be addressing two essential building blocks of qualifications frameworks. The one is learning outcomes, and then the second one, although it is not completely separate, it is the way learning outcomes are used at the level of the framework. I'm going to be talking about level descriptors. To find out more, we've got training modules 1 and 2, thematic brief 10, and we've also got an orientation note on RQFs. And I want to encourage everybody to make use of the ACQF website and go into those documents. It's important to understand what the key definitions are and what the key concepts are. At an extremely basic level, learning outcomes is what a learner is expected to know, be able to do, and to understand at the end of a learning process. Usually when people ask, so why are you focusing on learning outcomes? Before we used to focus a lot on input. What did you do to get this qualification? You know, what did you study? But now we actually want to know, you have this qualification now, what can you do with it? So that is the shift. Sorry. I just wanted to, I think I've gone a bit too far. I just wanted to show you that the differences in the definitions, it's not that, sorry, the technology is getting the better of me here. Okay. Just the definitions, and you have this presentation, so you've gone through it. I'm not going to go through it word for word. There's a common meaning. So even if you look at a definition of learning outcomes in CEDEFOP, you look at it in the Addis Convention, which we will learn about tomorrow, we will hear more about, the basic of the definition is the same. So this, can I go? So this learning outcome, so what is it? It is an approach to qualifications design and how to compare qualifications. So yesterday I heard people speaking about, you know, so how do we eliminate variation? How we reduce variation? So learning outcomes is actually a common language for describing and comparing qualifications. It provides an understanding of what will be learned and what is the best way to achieve it. Okay? Very learner-centered, so the learners know upfront what is expected of them And it encourages them to take the initiative and to take responsibility for their own learning. It is very much linked to personal achievement, mobility, and recognition, because it signals that, that when you have a qualification, it signals that you have achieved a set of learning outcomes, which usually culminate in a qualification award. So it's got a very personal agenda to it. It obviously supports credit systems, because for each learning outcome in your qualification, there's going to be some kind of credit allocated to it. And in an example later on, I will show you how that's done. And I'm sure you've got examples of yourself as well. Very importantly, and something that Jens also mentioned yesterday, it allows stakeholders to have a better understanding of what to expect from a qualification holder. So when that person has this degree, what can you expect them to do? In the evaluation of qualifications for work or study purposes, also, if you have the learning outcomes of that qualification, it is actually a little bit easier to compare that qualification with the qualification that you're wanting the person to be compared to. So this learning outcome, so how do we write it? It's actually the process is very, very simple. It is verb driven. And I'm using this example here. I think it's a Cape Verde qualification. If Cape Verde recognizes the qualification, it does come from a Cape Verde qualification. So it normally starts with an action verb like organize, and then, so what must the learner organize? The learner must organize administrative processes. What is the context for presentation to public entities? That's at a very simple level if you want to write a learning outcome. So there is your learning outcome. Organize administrative processes for presentation to public entities. That is one of the learning outcomes of the level 5 accounting qualification. You can always work backwards from, so what do you want the learner to achieve? And then you work backwards. And for every verb-driven statement, figure out what your teaching and learning strategies will be, and also how are you going to assess that? So you can already see if the person must do that, how are you going to teach it? And then how are you going to assess that? Avoid having too complicated sentences, because you want people to understand what this learning outcome is. So you don't want to have too many verbs. So you'll rather split the verb. If I'm going too fast, just slow me down, eh? Then very importantly, and in a later slide, I'm going to show you that learning outcomes have multiple uses at the level descriptor level, in job description, CVs, and so on. So you must think about the context within which that learning outcome is written. It must fit the purpose of the context. And then very importantly, you must be able to achieve that learning outcome within the time and available resources. How do I get rid of it? Eduardo, you must just tell me when I've got 10 minutes left, because I need 10 minutes for the ACQF level descriptors, please. Oh, that's not working. So the learning outcomes ecosystem, and you've heard some people talking about it. So the main thing, it is a common currency, it enhances transparency. It is the building blocks, or we call it the glue of qualifications policy. Very much about coherence. That learning outcomes help us to classify a qualification in the National Qualifications Framework. It helps us to kind of position our teaching and learning and how it will be assessed, and certification. And then very important, quality assurance, that continuous improvement between what is expected and what is achieved, and that feedback loop from the labor market, very important in the learning outcomes ecosystem. Here I just want to show you the relationship loop. So learning outcomes, it's kind of two phases. So you write a learning outcome to say, at the end of this, you will be able to do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then you have to assess that. So you have your expected learning outcomes, and then you also have your achieved learning outcomes, which is achieved after assessment. So you have your desired, and the other one is obtained following learning. You can read a little bit more about that. CEDEFOP has introduced a number of publications on this. So that is your continuous improvement. moving to level descriptors. So a level descriptor is a type of learning outcome that is written for a qualifications framework. So it tells us what do we expect from learners at that qualification level. Okay, so you can have TVET qualifications and you can have higher education qualifications on the same level, because a framework is not really about one sub-framework only. So it just tells us at the generic level, what do we expect from a learner with that level of qualification? There are lots of similarities between the level descriptors of national qualifications frameworks and level descriptors of regional qualifications frameworks. They are both kind of generic, but at a regional level, there will be no links to qualifications. And in a national qualifications framework, there will be links to qualifications. But at a regional qualifications framework level, there will be no link to actual qualifications. It will be the countries that will be referencing to that. Okay, just what I said before, the NQF level descriptors will always be more detailed and more complex than a regional qualifications framework level descriptor, because it needs to capture the complexities of that national system. Linked to features of existing qualifications. So when I look at your level descriptors, I'm also going to look at your qualification types that are linked to that level descriptors. At the level of the African Continental Qualifications Framework, because it is a regional qualifications framework, there are going to be no qualification types immediately linked to that, because countries will reference their whole frameworks to the African Continental Qualifications Framework. Okay, so here also what we said, the last point on NQF, you can have more than 2 qualifications on the same NQF level. It just indicates that the qualifications are broadly comparable in terms of the generic complexity at that level, regardless of where or how that qualification was obtained. So you can obtain it through RPL, it can be TVET, it can be higher education, as long as that qualification meets the complexity of that level. So at regional level, the descriptors will be slightly different because they serve a different purpose. Okay. And here NQFs will reference to the ACQF, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that on Friday. It also at the regional level, it kind of provides an orientation for countries. So it is not a top-down where we say to countries, this is the ACQF, and now everybody must implement it in that way. But we can say, you know, these are the things that we encourage in member states. So it's a kind of an orientation towards common benchmarks for countries. And it's got a regional agenda. So what is what is important for Africa? So it's got a continental kind of agenda. And obviously it will not capture the same complexities as the national level descriptors. So there are multiple applications, and I don't want to run too much out of time. You know the education and training where learning outcomes are used, and there's a long list here in curricular level descriptors. So there's a long list there. Also in work, and you will know if you write a job description, you want to actually tell people what knowledge do you need, what skills do you need, what do you need to be able to do. And if you say you want a specific NQF level, you can use that level descriptors to actually help you to write those job descriptions. Also, you use it when you are developing your CV, when you're talking about your experience, you write it, you know, from a verb point of view. You are able to develop a strategic plan and so on. So it's got a number of uses in personal work and education and training. I'm not sure we got time for a poll here, but we thought we would just ask people if they have got any other uses of learning outcomes. Maybe they can reply on the chat. That's just what we were speaking about earlier on your continuous feedback, very important. Once the learner has that learning outcome, there must be a link with the labor market. So I've got this learning outcome now, I'm going into the workplace. What does my employer think about the learning outcomes that I've achieved? And can the employer say, You need to review those learning outcomes. You need to renew it. So there's that continuous feedback loop from the writing to the interpretation, to the actual achievement, to how they are experienced. So we call that the continuous improvement, where we get the labor market to feed into those learning outcomes. Now, yesterday, people were asking a lot of questions about how do we reduce variation. This is an example, and you can go into the presentation is available. You can go into the website. This is an example from the Quality Assurance Agency in the UK. They have developed a set of subject benchmark statements, and I've just showed the social work one here. But it gives you an example of what they expect from social work qualifications. What are the kinds of teaching and learning strategies, the kind of assessment, what's the knowledge that you want a social worker, someone with a social work qualification to have, which will be different from somebody with an engineering qualification. So they've developed these subject benchmark statements. It's not mandatory, but it gives that guidance to help people to develop the learning outcomes in the particular qualifications. The tuning, Africa was part of the tuning project. It was also looking at degrees in different, like degrees in medicine. And so what do you expect from a degree holder? What are the minimum kind of standards? And you can actually go into that website to have a look at it. And they try to make it very simple. You can see they said be readable in 5 minutes, not be longer than 2 pages, provide a coherent impression of the specific degree, must be succinct. So it gives a kind of frame of how to frame the degree so that it is clear and that there's some kind of common benchmarks and common standards. We've listed some countries here that are also using a learning outcomes approach in their competence-based training and approach par compétence, the CBT ABC, and there are other countries, and you'll recognize your country here, but there are other countries that are also using this, but it is also a learning outcomes approach. There are a number of publications available if you want to strengthen your learning outcomes approaches in your country. Also now in 2022, there is a handbook that is with the latest developments, but you can look at all of that. Just to show, this is from CEDEFOP, where they showed how people are using learning outcomes more and more. In the tuning academy, it's not only Africa that took part in that. There were also other countries, and you will be able to find information on a number of other subjects. You can see teacher education, civil engineering, medicine, linguistics, literary studies, art, history, and it's available in different languages. So you can go into that website as well. I'm just using an example here of for how learning outcomes are used at the level descriptor level, and I'm using Cape Verde again. Their domain responsibility and autonomy. So it is very clear, and it's in the public domain. So before the learner even says, I'm going to be doing a level 5 qualification, they can already look at the level descriptors, because that is what they will be achieving. Because obviously it's linked to an NQF level. And this is the actual qualification I was talking about. There you can see organized administrative processes for presentation to public entities. It is a level 5 qualification. It meets the level 5 descriptor in Cape Verde. So and it becomes more granular. At the level of the level descriptor, it will be very generic. Now we're looking at, there's a qualification attached, so it becomes more granular. So it's very on financial management, accounting and tax management. It becomes more granular. Even when you go into that qualification and look at the elements, you can see how much detail it goes into it, even with the assessment criteria. I'm also just showing you some of the principles supporting the presentation of learning outcomes, and this Cape Verde qualification actually meets all those criteria, the verb, the context, a summary of what the qualification is about. We know exactly what type of qualification it is. So it meets the kind of broad principles of writing learning outcomes. So we also see learning outcomes used in qualifications and in qualifications databases. Please go into this if you have some time to have a look at Botswana, Cape Verde, Mozambique, and South Africa. I just briefly go into it here. I don't know where this line has come from. But this is from Botswana, and you can see this is the actual qualification in tourism management. It is at level 6. We know exactly what learning outcomes, what is expected from the student, from the learner. So display skills in conducting events, it's related to tourism, communicate effectively, demonstrate skills in budget, conduct tour guides and tour guide operations, and integrate technology, very specific to the tourism. So it becomes more and more granular. And then your assessment criteria, it's linked to all of that. So it becomes just to also just to orientate you that it does become more and more granular. And that is why you can have other qualifications at that same level, but also at level 6, because the differences will be shown in the actual qualifications. Here's an example from Cape Verde. It's that same qualification that I spoke about earlier on. You have the general, what is the general competence, the generic profiles, and you can see the units of competency there. It's the same in the professional profile and the personal profile. This is an example from Mozambique, where you can actually see that they have attached credit values. And you can find it on their website. They've attached credit values to the learning outcomes. So that you have your generic modules, you have your vocational, the mandatory modules, and then you have your integrated project. And you can see how the credits are attached, and you know how what is expected for a total of 120 credits, how they have split up the learning outcomes to meet that 120 credits. Just an example from South Africa, and you can go into the into this database as well, and there's all the information on the qualification, and then also the exit level outcomes. What is expected from this learner at this level? So why are we talking about level descriptors and learning outcomes when we have an African continental qualifications framework? So what's the purpose of that? On Friday, you will, and some of you have been in the previous workshops, but on Friday, we will talk a little bit more about this referencing of national qualifications frameworks to the African continental qualifications framework. And we've got 4 criteria. You can see level 1, the criterion 1 and criterion 2, level descriptors, learning outcomes. So we're encouraging all countries to have a learning outcomes approach in the development of their qualifications. It will just make it simpler to reference to the African continental qualifications framework. So we are saying learning outcomes are the GPS, and Eduarda mentioned this yesterday. It's the GPS in the ecosystem of qualifications. I don't think we're going to have time to take questions now, but maybe on the chat you can just, do you agree, and why? Any comments? But it is so it positions us in the writing of qualifications. So issues and solutions, and I'm sure you also have a number of your own issues that you think, you know, there may be more. A big thing is that learning outcomes, because they are written in a specific way, there are 2 specific schools of thought that say that, you know, there's a contradiction. So we have behaviorists who say that learning outcomes must be observable, you must be able to measure it, and constructivist says if it's you know, it's process orientated, and it must be open-ended to enable learning. So because we have these 2 trains of thoughts, when you read some of the literature on learning outcomes, you will find that people are saying that this is not going to work. Okay, and you will hear people talking about that learning outcomes dumbed down, because you're writing everything out. You must be able to do 1, 2, 3, organize this, talk about this. But what people don't understand is that That learning outcome doesn't restrict you from going beyond that. It is just a positioning, but you can actually go beyond. It is only so we write it as threshold statements, and it doesn't mean that you cannot go beyond those threshold statements. Okay, it must be written in a way that can that teachers and facilitators can adapt it, and they can interpret it in the way that they think is best. It should assist teachers in identifying and combining teaching methods. It should not restrict it. So there must be this balance, because people also say, so you're saying it shouldn't be prescriptive, but in order to peg that qualification at a specific level, it must meet certain requirements. So why are you saying that is not prescriptive? So you must find a balance between it being prescriptive and descriptive. And then, very importantly, it must be fit for purpose. So how do we ease the application of the level descriptors? I know some of my SADC people are here, and I know we had a lot of problems when we tried to speak about learning outcomes in SADC, because people were saying a learning outcome is not a level descriptor, a learning outcome is not. So we needed to bring together all those thoughts and say that learning outcomes have multiple uses. So this application of the learning outcomes-based level descriptors, it can be challenging. So you need to understand what is the purpose of that level of the level descriptors. You need to understand what is the vertical logic. You know, if you go up from level 1 to level 10, what is the logic? If I look across the level and I've got 3 domains, skills, I've got knowledge, I've got autonomy and responsibility. How do I know that these are all consistent? Okay, so make sure that the level descriptor, that it needs to be detailed enough to capture the complexities, but it also needs to be general enough to accommodate different parts of the system. Because level descriptors are not written for one specific system only. And it needs to be suitable for all contexts, not too academic. When it becomes very theoretical, people struggle a bit. Let me just see, I think I'm running out of time. Let me move. It's just, so we now with the African Continental Qualifications Framework level descriptors. You'll see that we have, and there are a number of infographics on the table. We have a set of level descriptors that has been developed. There was a complete process. We didn't find a methodology when we were looking at other countries, how they did it. So we developed our own methodology, and you can find all of that in thematic brief 10, I think. But there was a process to develop it. So we do have a set of level descriptors at the moment. We have worked on a set of principles of this level descriptors also, that you can also understand what the, it's better to apply something that you understand fully. So it's a learning outcomes orientation, it's principles of transparency, it's future oriented, it's generic, it's developmental and cumulative. So if you've achieved it at level 1, we don't have to repeat it again at level 2. We just say, okay, you've already achieved that at level 1, and we move on to level 2. And it needs to be conceptually and technically clear. So we've got 10 levels. We've got 3 domains: knowledge, which includes various kinds of knowledge, such as facts, principles, and theories in various areas. Skills refers to the ability to use knowledge to respond to information and address problems. And then autonomy and responsibility. So we've got definitions of all 3 domains. And then very importantly, we have a detailed glossary that explains the terms in the ACQF level descriptors. So they are the definitions we've spoken about. Now, when we speak about horizontal logic, so I'm just using here an example from level 1. So if I look across level 1, I must be able to identify keywords that I don't see in level 2. So we restricted using the word simple for level 1, and we decided basically we will leave for level 2. So simple, you can see they're repetitive, highly structured, close, minimal. For all of those, we've got a definition in the glossary. And here I've shown you how we've structured it in the glossary. So what does simple mean? It means uncomplicated and easy to to understand it can be used without experience and is found at the lowest level of complexity. Here we show how the progression, how it moves in progression in complexity. So you move from simple to straightforward or from simple to basic, and you will find simple at level 1. So that is how we've structured the glossary. So it just makes it a little bit easier to understand. I'm not going to go through that, but it's the same kind of principle where we show you where mastery is situated. What does it mean? And we've the word mastery you'll only find in level 9. So for each of the levels, we've identified these keywords just so that it helps you to understand why, what that level is about. So the vertical logic, and because when we were developing the level descriptors, we decided that we're not going to place level 10 at the top. We don't want to give the impression that higher education is much more important than general education. So we decided we're going to write it from 1 down to 10. So progression always goes from lower to higher levels, but the arrow is going down because obviously level 1 is at the top of the framework. So I'm just using one example here in the skills domain under what are the types of problems, because one of the elements under skills is how do we address types of problems. So I'm just showing you here what is the vertical logic. You know, we have to be very careful because we've already identified words across, but now when you look at it, you must be able to see progression in complexity. So there you can see, I mean, I've showed you simple, I've showed you mastery, but you need to see, you go from simple to straightforward, familiar, varied, unfamiliar, complex and sometimes abstract, complex and abstract, highly complex, mastery, emergent and new. And we kept those words emergent and new for the highest level of the framework, because that is where you normally situate your PhDs, your doctorates and so on. So for each of the 3 domains, we identified certain sub-elements, and you can see when you go through it, you can actually see the progression in complexity from one level to the next, and also if you look at what type of knowledge, how is it split up into different sub-elements? So it's type of knowledge and scope. In terms of the skills domain, so there we've got the type of skill. How do you respond to information? And you can also see the progression in complexity, and then also addressing the types of problems. We initially had the actual type of problem in a separate column, but we just decided to combine it because I've just shown you the type of problem in the previous slide. Autonomy and responsibility domain, we also struggled to, look at what are the elements that we want to speak about here. So we said it's about the context. So what is the context within which the person is working at level 1, highly structured, repetitive, at level 10, obviously emergent, new. And then also autonomy. What is autonomy? There are definitions of that. This just shows you how we positioned it so that you can see the progression in complexity from close supervision and guidance to expertise, and then responsibility at level 1, from minimal responsibility for self to expertise in management of new ideas, and then how we've positioned it so that there is some kind of progression in complexity. I think that may be the last. Thank you very much. I think that's the last. Thank you.
Thanks also for the work done and the presentation. So we have now 5 minutes. If you have some urgent questions here from the room, we have many questions in the chat box, but we will address them as we did today. Yeah, so we will gather them all together. Just a second. I want also to say, I think the presentation on the construction of the level descriptors, on the logic, horizontal, vertical, the use of terms to signify the difference, the distinguishing level of complexity, level to level, is useful for any country working with the national qualifications framework. It's not specific for a regional, it's useful for the national development as well. So please, I want to pass the floor first to Sierra Leone and then to Naveen.
Yeah. Good morning. This is Molai from Sierra Leone. We have 2 projects developing the NQF. We have the higher education, which is supported by SPEAR, and the VET toolbox develop an NQF that can incorporate all levels. But now we are stuck in margin. So all of these 2 elements are being supported by donors.
Yeah.
We have little amount of government fund in supporting the NQF. Now we have AU here. If we can have an interministerial policy that can force government to have certain percentage in supporting the NQF, I think that would be good for us. That is what I want to raise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this. Can I ask you, Morlai, please, can you write down your proposal in a card on the board? Remember that we are collecting on that board all these kind of strategic suggestions and comments so that it is documented. I'd like you to write it on the board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Naveen, before Tunisia.
Thank you, Eduardo. I do agree, Colleen. Thank you so much. I think, yeah, I know exactly. I think one of the things that I really appreciate the fact is you made it simple to understand. And I think one of the things is we get so lost in the complexity of all this that people don't really understand the process. I really appreciate the fact that you made it simple. And that is what is important. That's what we take from here. We don't forget tomorrow. That I just wanted to mention very quickly, yesterday, I think it was you who said it, and I think Julie also talked about, and I wonder what thoughts are of the group, the whole area of the humanitarian aspect of when we talk about learning outcome. I really like the fact, Eduardo, you talked about how dynamic all this, every time things are changing, and we have to, if we want to keep, or if we want to survive all this, why are we doing it? We are thinking about future generations. That is where our focus is. So what we do today has to affect positively the future generations.
Yes.
So whenever when we talk about things like learning outcomes, for me, I'm always thinking about what is the spiritual, ethical aspect of learning outcomes. And I think UNESCO has started talking about to be, where we talk about values, and which is in fact, in some ways, it cross-cuts all those.
Yes.
It is not simple there and a complex here in level 10. It has to be at every level, because why are we doing it? Because we want a better humanity,
Yes,
a better
yes.
earth.
Yes.
And I feel that is something we really need to take forward. For all that we're doing, it is to actually have a better place to live for our future generations. And that has to come into our education, our learning
reply, we
outcomes,
will write in the
our
board.
level descriptors. I just want to say that.
Thank you very much, Naveen. Since this is a very fundamental question, please write it down on the board. It should be part of the conclusions, if you don't mind, Naveen. And we tried to capture some of these elements related with Earth in the level descriptors, because in fact, level descriptors must be able to convey also questions of agency, of citizenship. This is what you are also in a way saying. So level descriptors can play that role indeed. It's really important what you just said. So please, Naveen, could you write and on the board? Yes. So before France, we have Olfa from Tunisia. Please, she's going to speak in French. And then
Bonjour à toutes et à
France.
tous.
Greetings to everyone. I have a question for Mr. Emmanuel regarding the experience of Ethiopia. The work that we do is for the work on the lifelong learning. We're doing this work to respond to the needs of the labor market. In Tunisia, we've had an issue to integrate the soft skills. So how to integrate soft skills at your national framework when it comes to the learning outcomes. So this question is to everyone. So if experience is there, how did you do to have this aspect on the programs and also during the assessment? Because during assessment, you assess the skills for a specific job, but soft skills are something implicit, but that is required for lifelong learning. So I will also write the question and put on the board. Thank you.
I will also speak in French if you don't mind. Merci pour cette question.
Thank you, Olfa, for this very important question. And you'll have to write it as well, the role of soft skills, like we say in French. I'm not sure why we use soft skills in French as well. So it's important. This afternoon, we're going to have a session on developing qualifications, and we'll have the chance to discuss it first. Then there are here lots of people in the room who can give some answers based on the experiences, how they've integrated soft skills, which is cross skills as well. And yesterday morning, we had these cross skills that are included in the soft skills. It's very important, and we have to keep on working on this. And please have it on the board.
And there is another question for you, but it will be on the board. She's not France. And then it will be the last because you need to start. And Dr. Kebede also.
I thank you so much. I must congratulate you. You have tackled a topic which is extremely complex. I would use one example. Describing level 4, you can take any qualifications framework, whether it's national, regional, global, transnational, doesn't matter. If you read level 4 descriptor, compare it with 5, and then as you go on to 6, you'd see it's vague. It's never concrete, it's never clear. What advice would you give us, particularly those who are developing qualifications? Question 2, the Sustainable Development Goals came partly after some level NQFs were established. And I don't see how they are incorporated in our qualifications frameworks, whether it's in the development of learning outcomes, which follows on the level descriptors, obviously, or otherwise. How would you advise us that we don't lose sight of those critical cross referencing elements? Thank you.
Thank you. Franz, let me just very briefly say, these questions should also be written there on the board, and we will discuss them all thanks, in the session, in the last session, questions and answers today. We will have a lot of substance in that session. Dr. Kebede. Are you already writing your question?
Yes, I'm
Before
writing.
telling it.
Yeah, I'm writing. Thank you, Eduardo. And I also joined Professor who is sitting next to me to congratulate you for a job that you are doing well, exceedingly well. So we are very happy with the support you give us. We are very happy with the way you start this program. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. One is about how flexible is qualifications framework or qualifications frameworks. And I'm raising this question because we are developing a regional qualification framework and countries are developing national qualifications framework. And what is the shelf life of these qualifications frameworks so that we are not actually using them as a Bible, rigid and changeable and for all times, as knowledge is perishable and changing. That's number one. Number two, there are issues that we are facing that some of our countries have developed one or another type of national qualifications frameworks, like TVET has in many countries. TVET qualification is developed. Some have developed for higher education. Our neighbor regional organization, EAC, has qualification framework for higher education only. So that goes to the countries. How do we make sure that these are horizontally integrated within the country, that we have a comprehensive national qualification framework and that we are not doing one thing time and time again? I think these are the things that just I want to think aloud. I'll put them on the wall.
Thank you, Dr. Kebede, for these questions. They are as useful in IGAD as for any other region. Also, the other regions are developing national qualifications frameworks almost in a parallel process, the regional, the national. So the questions you have been asking are fundamental. Let us agree, let us discuss them also in the last session. And colleagues, if you have any other additional questions, please write them down. I saw that some of our participants have also written questions in the chat box, Sergio, for example. So don't worry, all the questions will be addressed, okay? And please now let us move to digitalization. So we have two parts in this session. One is the European Digital Certificate for Learning, and our colleagues are going to share the screen for the first presentation. And then the second part is Miriam she's coming here then to present on ZAQA e-certificate. This is a very, I think, interesting, very pertinent session now. It's part of our topic, right? The topic is mutual trust in a changing world, and digitalization is one of those very important drivers of change. So now the floor is to Koen and Ildiko. They are joining online. Erika, you can share the presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Koen. Let me just introduce very briefly. Koen Nomden is one of the leading persons, let's say, of the process of ACQF implementation. Koen is a head of sector in the unit skills and qualifications of the Directorate General Employment in the European Commission. I'm using very short just definitions. And Koen is then the, let's say, engine motor of all the processes related with governance, with also organization of the advisory group meetings, content, reports that are a fundamental part of the working of the European Qualifications Framework. Koen is going to be presenting then on EDCL jointly with Ildiko Mazar. Ildiko has been very active for a number of years, also in the context of not only EDCL, but also qualifications database. So she has this technical part very strong and a lot of experience in this domain. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduarda. I hope you can hear me. Can you confirm that? Okay. Good.
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay, no, thank you very much. And I was already listening into the meeting, and I must say, dear colleagues, that I really enjoyed the discussion. So I'm really happy to be in your meeting. And this morning, of course, it's always nicer to be.
You muted yourself. Apologies, we cannot hear you anymore.
Okay, sorry, I made a wrong
Yes.
manipulation. I think it's now good again.
It's good. Good. Thank you.
I just have one logistical question. Shall I share slides or will you do it? Ah, okay, Erika's doing it. That is excellent for me. So you can now, so we will talk, Ildiko and myself, about European digital credentials for learning. This is about digital credentials. It is not necessarily about digital skills, because you can have digital credentials for any type of skill or for any type of qualification, of course. We will do our session, let's say, in two parts. So I will give you an introductory presentation, which I hope is not too complex. And then Ildiko will demonstrate more practically how our infrastructure for European digital credentials for learning is working. So we can now move to the next slide. Why are we working on digital credentials? Yeah, this is because in most countries still qualifications and degrees are issued on paper. That has huge disadvantages. And in terms also, you know, if you lose a document, those documents can be more easily falsified, so they are not so tamper-proof. And yeah, they are quite difficult, and it takes quite some time also for their receivers, like employers or recognition bodies, to understand the papers. Now, the aims of digital credentials for learning are also have to be seen a bit more widely. They are part of the idea also to create really a skills data space. They help to remove barriers to recognition, and the work we do on the European level is, of course, I mean, yeah, you can on the global level, there is of course the Groningen Network Declaration that aims to do the same thing, achieve a better understanding of how things are going. And we also want to avoid market fragmentation. That is why we work on the European level to make sure that if individual countries work on digital credentialing, that they do this at best in a coordinated way. And for this, we are creating European standards. I hope it works with the arrows on my computer to move the slides, but I have the impression that it doesn't work, because I move I push on my arrows, but it doesn't seem to move a lot on the screen. So can I perhaps ask to go to the next slide? I don't know whether you gave me the necessary access rights. Yeah, so in a European context, we also work on this topic, and it's actually a bit the same in Africa, because we have a situation of multilingualism, and you have that as well. And we have been working on an infrastructure that is multilingual. This is very important. Then a key issue also is user ownership of digital credentials. You give the power to the learner. The learner is the owner of the learning, of course, of the credential, and can use also the credential according to his or her wishes. So we are here in the paradigm of self-sovereign identity. And then, of course, we also talk about trust in the context of digital credentials. And accreditation plays an important role. And of course, also transparency is a key word, because through digitalization, you can make qualifications more transparent. to receivers of qualifications. Okay, this work that we do on digital credentials for learning is not done in isolation. Yeah, it is part of a broader policy framework. Recently, the Council, I have to say, the Council of the European Union, which means the member states of the European Union, adopted Council recommendations on micro-credentials, where they also are setting standard elements for micro-credentials and common principles. This was done in June of this year. On the same day, also, the Council adopted a recommendation on individual learning accounts. There is other policy around digital education. There is a digital education action plan that also announces work on digital credentialing. There is the European education area work towards that. So to be achieved by 2025 is ongoing. There is a European skills agenda that referred to work on digital credentialing, and there is a Europass decision and the European data strategy. So you see a whole bunch of policy fields, policy areas in which the work on digital credentialing is fitting. If we move to the next one now, a basic question is why digital credentials for learning? Now, first of all, why do I talk about digital credentials for learning? Because you can have digital credentials in many different fields. It's not just learning. You can also have digital credentials in the fields of health, in the field of payment, in the field of travel. So from the education and training world, okay, we often tend to think, and we understand a bit what is meant by credential, but it's a broader term than education alone, and that's why we talk now about digital credentials for learning. Now, these have benefits compared to paper certificates for citizens, for the learner. I mean, they allow, for example, to build an online portfolio to track their learning, so it supports really lifelong learning. They can, of course, use these credentials to apply for a job or to further learning, to further studies, to training, and they can also have their credentials verified at any point, and we will come to this a bit later. Then learning organizations, including education and training providers, they can, of course, build digital credentials. They can, if they apply this as a standard process of issuing credentials, in the longer term, they can reduce cost after initial investment. So that makes it attractive also for education and training institutions. And they can also, if everybody is doing this, more easily understand qualifications from other countries, including other member states. And you must understand, in the context of the EU, 27 member states and a couple of other countries in the process, there we have free movement of learners, we have free movement of workers in a multilingual setting. And we believe that digital credentialing can really make it much easier to understand qualifications of somebody, whether applying for another country for work or also for learning. Then employers can, of course, reduce time and cost of processing applications, and they can also better understand credentials from other countries where they don't know so much the qualifications. And thirdly, they can check, and we will demonstrate how that works, they can check the authenticity of the credential that is presented to them, because we have infrastructure that includes a verification function automatically when you open a credential issued through the system. Now I move on. I don't manage to get control of the presentation. So things really for forwarding, there are not so many slides. Now, what is important is that this work on European digital credentials for learning relates to credentials. So it is about credential. It's not about what we call qualifications, because it's broader. So it covers qualifications, but also other learning achievements. It can cover activities like participation in classes, participation in learning events. Even we could give you a credential for your participation in the, in the meeting these days. Also, it can be used for assessments like transcript of records, and also for entitlements like the right to enroll in a certain course or the right to exercise a certain profession. EDC tries and aims at covering the broad range of learning credentials. Now we can move now on. And when we talk about a European digital credential for learning, what do we mean exactly by that? Now, you can look at digital credentials as covering two different things. On the one hand, the content, learning outcomes, skills, description of the activities. So really, what is the learning about? And then next to that, the envelope. And there you see the identity element, so the person, but also the identity of the institution. There is also the authentication. There is also the delivery policies. So the security aspects are there. What we have been doing in European digital credentials for learning is to cover both and to have data-rich credentials. Yeah. Now, a European digital credential for learning is actually a claim related to the learning achievement of a person, and thus it creates a link between that person, an awarding body, so mostly an educational institution, and a learning achievement, for example, a qualification of a certain level with a certain context and with a certain content, and usually European digital credentials are, they also include the learning outcomes, for example. So it consists of data. It's not just a PDF document that replaces a paper file. It's really data, but not just data, it's structured data in accordance with a particular data model, a data structure. And this is the European learning model. And this device, the European learning model, allows us, or we hope, and we are in discussions with several actors, but the purpose is that this should be the standard data structure at European level for learning. And this makes the interoperability and the understanding across Europe and not just in the country where a qualification was issued. In terms of security, the digital credentials comply with the international standard of verifiable credentials, and they are tamper-proof and secure. And they are also compliant with what is called the General Data Protection Regulation, an EU regulation that regulates an EU law, basically, that regulates data protection. So it's fully compliant with the requirements of that law. And in order to issue them, and we will also come back a bit to that, you need an e-seal. And this means an e-seal, that a seal for a qualification, for a credential that is in line with the EU regulation on digital seals. I come back to that. We can move to the next slide. So in order to implement the idea of European digital credentials for learning, we have been setting up an infrastructure that has several functions. So that allows to issue credentials and of course also to send them to their owners by the body issuing the credentials. Then we have a possibility to store credentials in a wallet, an online or offline wallet. Here, the self-sovereign identity comes in. This is up to each individual. Then thirdly, another crucial function is the verification function. So there is, when you open to see an EDC credential, when you open it, you immediately get information about the authenticity and the validity of the credential. And finally, you can easily share the credential with any other person or organization with just one click. So this is the benefit of the learner when the learner applies for a job and so on. Now, a little word about the e-seal, and Ildiko will also refer to it. An e-seal guarantees the origin and integrity of a document, and the e-seal can be done by an awarding body or by a sealing organization. So this is crucial in the context. So this is indeed an internal EU thing, because it's only within the EU that the eIDAS legislation does, of course, apply. Now we can move to the next one. For more the technical people among you, I mean, we are developing a fully fledged infrastructure that is compatible with the international standards of verifiable credentials. We have quite advanced. I think we have a new learning model, the European learning model. We have already that in place, but the new version 3.0, that should be our stable version. That is will also be published on GitHub, so can be consulted and will be open source. That will be available early next year, but we have an operational system already, and we are working on a few elements that we are still missing, namely an archive wallet for awarding bodies, issuing credentials, also a revocation list, and re-signing service and so on. But let's move on there. This is you will get the slides anyway. I would like to point to the importance of the data model that I already referred to. A data model is an abstract data scheme that organizes elements of data, and also such scheme standardizes how these data relate to each other and how they relate to the properties of real world entities. Now, this sounds very abstract, but in concrete terms, it means that we have to agree on how we refer to, I don't know, learning outcomes, or how do we address the title of a qualification, description, and so on. And interoperability in this context means that every country uses the same terms to describe the same things. And for this, we have developed the European learning model. By the way, very much based on the recommendation for the European Qualifications Framework for Lifelong Learning. Let's move on. So, as I said, I referred to the ACQF, and I would like to draw to recital 24 of that recommendation, which says that the use of common data structures and common data formats would facilitate the understanding and use of published information on qualifications. So that is really the key to this, and for having this work at European level, so that we have information about qualifications, about courses, about credentials that is understood not just in the country itself, but also beyond. And of course, qualifications will usually be in one language, or sometimes information is published in English as well. But the data structures and the terms that we have in the data model are translated in all 29 languages that are concerned by digital credentials for learning. And that, of course, includes languages that you also use in Africa. So we have a single data model that is used for different applications. This is used for information on qualifications that is shared. So then we talk about the qualifications registers. This is information about courses also. So member states are invited to share information on learning opportunities with the European level. Also, that should follow the data model. Then also the digital credentials need to follow that data model. And we are now discussing with other EU services to use that data model, for everything that relates a bit to learning. Now you have to understand, and you are aware that this is all a new development, because I think 3 or 4 years ago, we would not have talked so much about digital credentialing as we do now. Next slide. So the European learning model includes 250 properties currently to describe organizations, to describe details of the credential owner, to describe achievements, activities, entitlements. So the data model is available on GitHub for those interested. We can perhaps share with you the link in the chat at least, and then this could perhaps be transmitted to the participants who are on location. The new learning model will have more than 400 properties, and we have been working lately with our colleagues who are in charge of another learning model, namely called ELMO, which is a learning model used in the field of higher education. And we are making the European learning model fully compatible with that model on higher education, so that in the longer term, and I would say as from next year, we have a single, de facto, a single data model, a single data structure. And this is of great benefits to all learners. And yeah, we think also, by the way, that also a bit more globally, this can of course serve. Then areas of adoption, now you can move on. Our system is operational. So we have several countries that use it to issue qualifications. Croatia has been doing that. Luxembourg is issuing VET qualifications. We have a number of other countries with whom we are discussing. It also can play a real role in, improving the recognition of qualifications, because it makes it so much easier. You don't have the work of checking authenticity of paper documents, for example. So there is a couple of projects working on that. Also Malta, smallest member state of the EU, is issuing transcripts of records. The European, the Erasmus network, so it's an association of students who went on student mobility within Europe. They already use it in order to give certificates to their learners who did follow non-formal learning. And we also have vendors. So those are usually private organizations that develop interoperable credentialing products, solutions that they also sell to parties. They also are making use of the European learning model, because the European learning model is a European semantic standard. Now, if we can now move on, and I think we have now come to the end of my presentation, and I would like to give the floor now to my colleague Ildiko. Ildiko Mazar is working in the support team, helping us, to do the concrete things regarding the infrastructure, but also supporting parties that would like to use the system. And Ildiko is giving a short demonstration to you about how the thing works in practice. So Ildiko.
Thank you very much, Koen. I'm going to share my screen immediately and explain to you briefly how these credentials get from issuing organizations such as universities to their designated recipients, and how they are being used. Koen has already referred to the usability of the various types of credentials. So a person who has a registered Europass account, they can log into their accounts and go to their libraries. And the library contains various document sections where they can store their CVs, they can store cover letters for job applications. There's a separate upload section at the end where you can upload any type of documents, including PDFs, JPEG images, Word documents, anything you like. But there's a particular section that is called certificates and diplomas, where you can store your standard compliant digitally signed credentials. And by standard compliant, I'm referring to the ELM standard compliant credential. These are in their native formats XML files, and they can have various different sizes and shapes. Persons can upload their credentials their wallet address, which is this address of the person, basically their Europass account identifier. They can deposit the credential directly, as if you were transferring money to a bank account, if you know the IBAN number of the bank account, or the credential can be sent to the designated recipients by email, and then the person who receives it can download the attachment, store it offline, or if they wish, they can upload the credential into any standard compliant wallet. And I'm saying any standard compliant wallet because currently there are a few implementers who are developing their own technical solutions. it is perfectly possible. We have the open source code freely available for implementers to customize and install in their own existing infrastructures. But if they prefer, they can always use the freely available Europass service. Europass is the first implementer of the standard. And as you can see, it's incorporated in the Europass service. Now, as you can see, if I quickly scroll over my wallet, there's a great variety of customization for these credentials. And the credentials can be of various different types and shapes. You can have as simple a credential as a certificate of participation. If you go to a couple of days conference like this one, the organizer could issue you a certificate of participation. And in this case, your credential would probably only detail information about the credential holder, the issuing organization, and activities about the information about the activity that took place at the event. Something that Koen mentioned and is very important is that we have these automatic instant authentication and verification checks. Every time a viewer, which is either the holder or a third-party viewer of a credential, opens a credential, they will be able to see if the credential is format compliant, if it has been sealed and hasn't been tampered with since the sealing. If you change a single character in the file and you try to share that document, the seal check will fail. It will check whether the credential is still valid. Some credentials will have to be renewed and expire every 3, 4, or 5 years, like a driver's license. And in some cases, we are still about to develop the revocation. If there's plagiarism or the license of an institution has been removed, a credential can be revoked. And in some specific cases, like qualifications, an institution or a program would have to be accredited, and this accreditation check result would be shown here. Where it's not applicable, this check will be skipped. Other types of credentials could include degrees. That may be more interesting for you. And even for the types of degrees, we can distinguish between types of credentials that are just degrees, and the same credential content could be delivered in the format of a diploma supplement that you may be familiar with. So this standard compliant format, once again, is detailing all the information, the highlighted information about the degree that are in the diploma supplement. But if the credential viewer would like to consult more information about the credential, they can look at the various subsections or tabs of this credential. These could be information about specific learning outcomes, about specific information about the achievements such as EQF and NQF levels, or any other types of levels and using other frameworks. So it doesn't necessarily have to be NQF or an EQF level. The data model allows a great level of flexibility to display levels of education on any standard framework, and other related activities, and even references to external documents. The way I can go to my other tab, but the way you can build a credential is to go to our online credential builder and build a credential from various non-compulsory components. You can use as little or as much as you like. So for example, a sample credential could look like having a title, have a short description. It has to have an issuer organization. It has to have a type. And then alternatively or optionally, you can associate learning achievements, activities, and entitlements to this credential. I'm not going to go into details about this. If you have any questions, we have the support mailbox that was on the last slide of Koen, and you can get in touch with us. But something that is worth highlighting is that our credentials, as Koen mentioned, are multilingual, and issuers can build multilingual credentials by adding any one of the 29 Europass languages and populate the data on the sheet. Some of the data will already be inherited from the original primary language. Others will have to be translated by the user. But once you have this, you are able to proceed to the next step of the issuing process, and then add your participant or recipient information, which we are not storing at all, obviously due to GDPR concerns. and then you select the list of the participants you want to send your credential, and just proceed to the sealing step. Once again, I'm not going to show you the entire flow. This could be quite long, but basically the issuing organization or a sealing organization that can seal on behalf of the issuing organization can seal the credentials. Before that, you are not able to send the credential. The credentials compulsory component, one of the compulsory components is the qualified electronic seal or advanced seal. This is where you can designate whether you are sealing on your own behalf or on behalf of somebody else. And then with the steps, you go forward, select your seal, etc., etc. And then one last thing about how you share your credentials. If you are a learner who would like to bundle up various either micro-credentials, partial qualifications, or just a portfolio of different credentials that would support your job application or admission application for further studies, you can just select the ones that you would like to share, and then you proceed to sharing the selected credentials by providing information, generating a link, and then sending a link to the person you're sending the sharing the credential with. And you can even justify or adjust the expiry date of the link so that your credentials as a holder or owner will not be available for the third-party viewers for any longer than the period that you specified. This may have been a quick walkthrough, hopefully informative enough. If you have any questions about the process or details, we are at your disposal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ildiko. Of course, our presentation related very much, or relates very much to this, to the European, to the European context, where, for example, Ildiko was referring to the Europass platform. And Europass platform was created in 2020 and allows individuals, to create an e-portfolio. And also Europass portfolio holders do have a digital wallet automatically. And when they receive this digital credential from the system, that can be with one click stored in that digital wallet. Also, the e-seal as such is a European thing. So the big plus of the e-seal is that it gives legal value to the credential. That's why only trusted e-sealing organizations can provide e-seals. Not everybody can do that. Internationally speaking, an interesting option is the fact that on the one hand, you can use EDC directly using the infrastructure. There is also a playground environment that is available and that allows you to freely look a bit at the system and see how it works. On the other hand, there is a possibility to use the standards if you don't want to use the software. And also we have now published EDC, so the infrastructure, as open source on GitHub. So if in any of your countries there are developments, and I think this is the case in South Africa, for example, this could be consulted. Yeah, and we are even always, I would say, also available, of course, for a bilateral discussion if that is useful in some situations. If you have further questions and so on, rather to that. Okay, so Eduarda, I think I will head back to you, and we are of course happy to stay here to answer to your questions or to enter into further discussion.
Me now? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much, Koen and Ildiko, for this very detailed, comprehensive presentation going through many aspects. And now I'd like immediately to invite Miriam So Koen and Ildiko, if you would like to stay and get acquainted also with the experience of Zambia, ZAQA, meaning Zambia National Qualifications Authority, Miriam, the CEO, is going to present this specific case. And then in the end, we have a little bit of space for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. First you touch here, then you have this thing to move. Yeah.
Okay. I can choose
Oh,
this one?
you can.
This one is working? Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. A bit of a digress. I just had a moment sitting there like 10 minutes ago. Just got communication from home. You see, Eduardo was talking about the stages of different qualifications framework, and Zambia is at the last stage, advanced review process, sometimes of the NQF. So we are going through a review process right now, but we needed our act to be changed because a lot of the things that you do for an NQF have to be in the legislation. So it's been dragging since last year. And yesterday, Cabinet sat and they approved the bill to be introduced in Parliament. So I'm very, very happy. It's a milestone. Yeah. So this means our NQF, hopefully once Parliament approves, will be reviewed. We already have the reviewed framework with the level descriptors. Basically, it will mean that this process now moves quicker. But yeah, back to the topic at hand, the qualifications management information system for us and the electronic certificate, basically implementing what has just been presented by my colleagues, but I think on a small scale and specific to to how we are managing it in terms of the qualifications. And basically, I'm just going to share with you our qualifications management information system and our electronic certificate that comes from this system. This basically is as a result of work that was done in 2016 about the qualifications authority, Zambia Qualifications Authority. We are responsible for implementing the qualifications framework for Zambia. We've been doing this since 2015. Our act was enacted in 2011. It took us 4 years before we could start anything. I'm glad now that we have really progressed. So the trick, like has been said, start. The rest will follow. It becomes easier. So in 2016, we did have a local consultant design our qualifications management information, basically aimed at integrating our learner achievements and the related support services. And to that, we had our QMIS, which was implemented, and we had the electronic certificate that was issued, that is being currently issued through Previsil, with the support of the Technical Committee on Certification and Accreditation. Those in SADC will relate to this. This is the result of concerted effort, collaboration like this, the way we are. It's a result of that. So SAQA had implemented this project, and with the support of the SADC Committee on Certification and Accreditation, a number of members are in here. We as Zambia took up that as a pilot project, as part of the pilot project. And arising from that, we have been able to actually implement the e-certificate in Zambia, and it's working very well for us. I'll go to the details. Just a quick overview. Yes, I think SADC deserves a good clap. And yeah, and to acknowledge Joe Samuels in this, he really pushed for a number of us to go on these projects. It wasn't easy, but it's now worth it because we don't have to do the paperwork that we have been doing before. So this is our landing page of the qualifications framework. You get it on zaqa.gov.zm. We'll give you the credentials. That's how you get to our site. accessible to everyone. Our appropriate authorities, who are the quality assurance bodies, awarding bodies. We have our banks, because the payment platform is online as well. Our staff, we all work, we process everything online. And well, as much as possible, we do have some outliers where we have to get out of the system. And then, of course, the qualification holder. To that, the QMIS keeps for us the database of learner achievements that we have so far. It enables the users to apply for the verification and evaluation services online. So basically a number of users now, both local for employment purposes and foreign for recognition purposes, they have to apply for this certificate. Increasingly, it's becoming much, much more needed by the various industry and governments, all the stakeholders. Now, most of them, before you become a politician in Zambia, your qualification has to be verified by ourselves. So yeah, so they are able to do that application. And the feedback is the electronic certificate that comes from the system. It's accessible anywhere. So those who want to come into Zambia for immigration purposes and so on are able to make this application from any smart gadget. Payments are made electronically wherever possible, but our country is not completely electronic in terms of payment. So we do have access for people to basically go and make a payment to the bank. And I'll just demonstrate basically what happens. And this gives you a summary of the application process. A user is supposed to apply online, they create their account, they activate it, and so on. They fill the details that they require. They attach the relevant copies. So in there will be their education details, transcripts, and so on. And if there's need for foreign translation, they have to also attach an English translated copy of their certificates, the usual stuff that we ask for all of us. And they always have to put a consent form. And we've also made it in such a way that if their qualification is from, say, the UK, where we need the HEDD, there's a specific consent form. So all those are things that are there. And we give them a reference number, issue an invoice. So when it comes to the payment, they can pay using Visa, so they can pay online. However, as I indicated, that not everyone is able to use Visa. They are able to actually now to do a bank deposit, and then they can share the deposit details with ourselves. We basically are now working on the next steps. As you know, most of our learners, graduates use mobile money, the e-wallets, the mobile wallets. So we are trying to now add that as an additional feature to ensure that wherever they are, they can actually make that payment. So this is what we are working on currently. Then we go back in the back end, we work on the application. Our processing time is 14 days, 14 working days for local qualifications and 30 working days for foreign qualifications. But believe me, it is a tall order. It's easier said than done. Yeah, so anyway, in some cases we manage because the learner achievement record is still under development. So for those that we have, we manage it in the 14 days. Those that we do not have, we really struggle. For the foreign qualifications, we have excellent relationships in certain jurisdictions. In some, it takes us 3 months to just get a response, sometimes even just to get an acknowledgement. And that's why we need these collaborations, these networks. That's why we have the Africa Qualifications Verification Network to help in these issues. And those of you who are on that platform, I think you find it a lot easier for us to get contacts and verifications. So once that is done, a client receives a notification that their qualification has been processed and they can access the e-certificate. And it is a valid ZAQA certificate. Before, we were issuing hard copy certificates, which anybody could easily forge. Or, they can just basically, yeah, effectively it's forged. And so now this certificate for us is coming after you've processed your qualification. The applicant is notified by an email. Remember, they've created an account, so they are ready to go to their account and download it from the QMIS. They download their certificate after having signed into their account using the login details, and they will find that it indicates that they can go to a processed application. Once they go there, they click on there, and voila, they get their e-certificate. It comes with a link. They can actually share that link with whoever needs to use it. So when you receive it as a user of this, if I'm looking for a job or I'm applying for school, there's a digital seal there. You are able to, which you are able to verify, like we were doing yesterday when we were doing the polls. But these are the certificates we issue: certificate of validation of qualifications. That's for local qualifications. For foreign qualifications, we issue certificates of validation and evaluation. This basically means we need to evaluate for us to be able to recognize your qualification, a foreign qualification. And then where you have a misrepresented qualification or indeed a fraudulent qualification, we issue a notice to reject and validate your qualification. So all these will be in e-format. The features are, it has a digital seal to confirm the outcome of your evaluation in real time. So anyone can access it and confirm that it is authentic. So these are some of the features that my colleagues who just spoke to this. It confirms ZAQA's feedback securely and is accessed from the QMIS. It can easily be shared and accessed from any smart gadget anywhere. So you can even be in an interview, this person shares their e-certificate and you confirm that indeed this is a valid certificate, rather than the old certificate that we had. You photocopy, people don't even know whether that seal which is there is correct. It assists to decrease the real and perceived fraud or loss of certificates. Today in Zambia, one of the news headlines is a former minister's sister was involved in forging a number of certificates and has been arrested by the anti-corruption. So this is still happening, but with this issuance of certificates, it becomes very easy for us to detect. So ZAQA's digital certificate and seals cannot be misrepresented, because you will always have that issue. You issue a certificate because they've also been able to forge the other certificate. They can forge your certificate as a verifying agency. But in this case, with this, you cannot forge. Of course, somebody will forge it, but you are able to actually detect very easy as a user of this certificate. The next steps for us, I think I've alluded to this. We continue to improve the QMIS. It's not operating as efficiently as we want. Of course, the idea is to ease the application process. We continue to add some features there. Adding the mobile money payment platform, very important for us because everyone is moving mobile wallet. So we want to increase that. We're having a lot of graduates that require this service. So this is something that we're actively working on. And very important for us is the reduction of paper. We need to save the forest. We were printing 4 copies each of the certificate. Attached to that are the supporting documents for the client. It was a nightmare. And now we only have 2 checklists that we attach, we process online, everything remains online. Of course, you have to ensure that you have the security, you have to back up your systems. That's very important, otherwise you'd lose everything. So we do have our backups in place, different locations, and with that we are confident to continue providing a service to our clients. So our contacts are there. We are on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and on our website, you can get us. We're very active on social media. Just click ZAQA, you will find us with something, some update of some sort. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Miriam, for this brilliant, very clear presentation.
Thank you.
We didn't expect less in any case. Miriam. So, colleagues, we have now, please, 5 minutes for some questions that are addressed directly to Miriam and also to Koen and Ildiko. Since they are external participants, they might not have the possibility to come a second time for questions. So you see, Koen also gives you congratulations there. Excellent work. So please, either online questions or from the room. We see 2 hands, 3 hands. Let's start. Naveen, you were the first.
Thank you to the 2 speakers. Really very interesting points raised. I think also in terms of what are the implications to the work that we are all doing in each of our countries. I'm not even sure whether it's a question or a comment. I had 2 very quickly, Eduardo, if I may. The one thing with the e-pass that was talked about with the earlier speakers, I'm very interested, the moment we talk about digital credentialing, of course, the question for us here, sitting here and other places, is the implications of that for the global south. For want of a better word, I'm using the word global south. I am aware, and I know James Skivey is up there, so I know there has been work by Maureen and James Skivey, I think so, talking about these new forms of inequality that can emerge because of the whole area of the challenges with digitization, and linked to it, Miriam, you spoke about it. I mean, and in South Africa, with all the issues around electricity and the lack of, and all this, and we are also noticed in the work of the AQV and the difficulties in communications. I think that is something, and Maureen, I don't remember, some years ago, talked about this new form of inequality. So I don't think it's a question, it's just a comment I wanted to put out there. I will put it on the board.
Small questions.
Yes.
For the speakers who have to leave.
Okay. Well, then in the comments, I'll just put it out there, and then we can take it from there. Eduardo, thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie. Maxwell and Abdullah, as also Professora and Amilcar. So, quick questions, if you don't mind, because they are for the speakers who have to go. Thank you.
Yeah.
First, it's Maxwell from Ghana.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation, Miriam. Thank you for that presentation. I just want to know how you have been dealing with payment for the services of HEDD in UK. Yeah.
Okay. I'll answer later. Okay. Quickly, HEDD. We have a Visa card, so it's easy for us. We have an account and we pay by Visa. So immediately we get payment with our bank. They've issued an institutional Visa card, which is obviously securely held. So a request is submitted on their platform, and somebody in accounts then processes the payment, and we immediately receive the feedback. That doesn't generally take too long as we have attached the relevant supporting documentation they require.
Thank you. Thank you. Abdullah?
Okay, thank you very much, Eduardo. I just have one quick question. First of all, I want to thank the online presenters for the good job, and Miriam for the great presentation. Well done. My question is for the 3 presenters. As we know, e-certificate or digital credential is used online process. Now, I know that you are using a technology seal, digital seal to protect, but we are wondering if a digital seal is efficient, because we have also the blockchain technology who is better, who is very efficient in protecting data, online data. So what about your strategy regarding the protection against fraud or cyber criminality? Thank you.
So that's an important question on security addressed to both let's say parts of the session, to EDCL and also ZACQA. So thanks. Kun and Ildiko, you can also address the question.
Yeah, I don't know who wants to be first. I opened my microphone so I can say something about this. So for European Digital Credentials for Learning, we do indeed require at this moment the e-seal that is in line with the with legislation. But of course, there are developments ongoing. There is also work in the context of the European blockchain service infrastructure, and under that infrastructure, there is a diploma use case. And under that, there is a pilot. 21 universities are piloting indeed with the blockchain in several things. By the way, also that diploma case uses those pilots. Most of them also use the semantic standard of the European learning model. We will be also thinking and working probably towards the use of blockchain in the context of the European Digital Credentials for Learning, not necessarily for everything, because you do not necessarily need it, we believe, for all, digital credentials. They require also different levels of security depending on what they are. If I have a participating certificate of participation in a course, this is of a different nature than a university degree, but we are working towards that. So we are also working with that other service that is working on it. I think at the same time, it's good also to realize this is new territory. Piloting is taking place. We need to draw the lessons from the pilots. When you talk about blockchain, you also have to consider on what you put on the blockchain, because blockchain also has these energy issues. So you shouldn't put too much information on the blockchain. But we are working towards that. So it's an excellent question. And I think in future, the way I would see EDC is that blockchain could be an option, but not an obligation, but certainly an option. And in IT terms, also this means that we have to work towards JSON language for the IT experts among you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kun. You don't have any addition. Okay, thank you. Then we have Professora Maria Luisa and Amilcar, and they are going to speak in Portuguese. Kun and so please switch, select your preferred language in Zoom, and Miriam is taking an interpretation device. Ok. Ok, já pode. Obrigada.
Sim, muito obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you, Eduardo. I would like to comment on, and I think before I expose my question, first of all, I would like to thank the two presenters. In my perception, they are inside of ecosystem of this structure. So in relation to that point, I would like to touch the aspect related to the benefits that were presented by Con. So I was just thinking as I'm here, that one of the benefits that would be explicit in first and third benefit would be the issue of mobility. The mobility issue that can facilitate the mobility of the students and professionals, and before this crisis can be political or climate or economic. So we saw now the issue of a war in Russia. So I think that's a big resource that you issue the digital certificate. The other point that I would like to touch is more political and strategic. Connie made a reference on the fact that the digital certification is involved in action plan of digitalization in the European Union. So for us, I think it is a need that we can have a pathway and you can cooperate within African vision, for example, Zambia and European vision, because I think that's the most important to see which way we're going to follow in this process. So that's all I had to say, and I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Obrigada. So, Koen and Miriam, there was here a very interesting remark about a strategic approach, let's say, a strategic plan and approach to this big issue of digitalization. That's perfect, and also on the benefits. And there is Amilcar also. Amilcar is also going to speak in Portuguese, Koen and Miriam. Miriam already knows some Portuguese. Every day, a few words more.
Okay, muito obrigado, Eduardo. Thank you very much, Eduardo. I would like to touch 2 points. First of all, I would like to felicitate the two presenters, which has been done by the two presenters. So my first issue, it goes directly to Koen. I would like, in few words, if you can quickly explain what is the process of governance of the guarantee of quality in issuing the digital credentials in Europe. So that's my first one. And this second, for Miriam, I would like to touch in relation to the process. I would like to know, how do you do the management of the process of equivalence when that online process, when the issue in identity, it's no longer existing. Most of the time we face that problem to see that the entity that issued the certificate in other countries, we send emails, but we have no feedback. I would like to know, how do you manage that situation?
I'll answer very quickly the last one, and then I'll let Koen take over. In terms of non-response, basically that's what you're saying in the recognition process. We are yet to have a clear policy on that, because we find ourselves in a situation where the clients, when we tell them, our standard policy at the moment is to engage the client and inform them that we are not able to offer them this service. But because they need it for a particular thing, they need to get the response. So we ask for extended time. And in that period, what we endeavor to do is to establish the different ways of accessing information in that jurisdiction. So we are yet to find a situation where we've completely not been able to find evidence about the existence of an institution or information about its quality assurance and so on. You find that even for very old institutions, it's taken us a little bit long, but we've eventually managed to get some information about the accreditation of the institution, because that's the first thing that we do. You find institutions that were the old ones, and now they don't even exist. But in most jurisdictions, we find that their records have been transferred to another institution. There's some information in the archives somewhere. Believe it, even in Africa, they have. It's just that it takes you longer to get that feedback, but eventually it does. And when we do finally get that, we will get in touch with the client. However, we've had probably one or two situations where it has really taken a long time. Our policy, what we want, what we've been discussing, is that after a certain period of time, which we will agree, is to be able to advise the client that we are not able to provide the service. And this is part of the regulations that we've put in this current bill, which I was talking about. So this is something so that we do not take too long, because the expectation, we say 30 days, and then we take longer. So basically, I think that's how to cover yourself, because you will not always get get the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. And now, Koen, if you could join for your question, which is more about, in brief terms, the governance and quality assurance of the EDCL process.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Eduardo. Thanks also for that very relevant question. So what we have been building at European level is this infrastructure and the software for the digital credentials for learning. And why is that important? Because we have built this, but this is available for parties in the different EU member states and to issue their digital credentials. So there are several quality aspects, because the quality is, of course, in the infrastructure itself. So the reason we are doing this is that we are working on the basis of a legal act, the Europass decision that was agreed by the Council of Ministers and the European Parliament, that provides us the legal base to work on an infrastructure for authentication of learning achievements, which finally has become European Digital Credentials for Learning. And this is also under scrutiny of an advisory group that follows up on that decision, and that is also constantly informed. Now, element of quality is the quality of the infrastructure itself. So it has to comply, of course, with EU law, in particular the law on data protection, but also with all the rules that we had. And I think Miriam also referred to that, to IT governance. So we are part of the IT governance system, so you wish, of the European Commission, and that is, I would say, under scrutiny of any hacker in the world. So that's an element of quality. But there are then, of course, the users of the infrastructure. And for example, member states that wish to issue certain qualifications, for example, so they are responsible for issuing those qualifications. What we have built into the infrastructure is, in particular, again, is the data model. So you have all these categories that you need to comply with. In future also, it may be that the identity of the person will be coming directly from the digital identity card. So this is a possible development for the future. We also have included in the infrastructure accreditation. So when you have accredited institutions, it would be preferable to have that accreditation information in your system, so that also the credential refers and contains information about the accreditation status. And this is the case usually with universities. And here we draw on information coming from, and we are interoperable with, the database of the European Quality Assurance Register in the field of higher education. Then the quality is also, the learning model is important for the quality, because it is very rich in content terms and includes also the obligation to have the learning outcomes there. And in the future, as we have the learning model as a standard reference, we think it's very important to have a specific governance structure for that learning model. And we are now exploring possible options for that governance, because we feel that if you have such a data structure that is so overall and encompassing, you need to have the buy-in of the different stakeholders. And then you talk, of course, about the government stakeholders, but you also talk about education and training stakeholders that are also very strong in the European context. You also talk finally about labor market stakeholders. So those are a few elements of reply. I think finally, the system is in place, but we are constantly further developing it, and to be in line also, with the latest developments.
Thank you.
I can say.
Thank you.
So maybe,
Thank you.
Eduardo,
Yes,
just
yes.
to acknowledge what Maria Luisa mentioned in terms of the benefits of the e-certificate, and that yes, mobility is is one of the key benefits that arise from the e-certificate, because it can be shared with anyone, anywhere, and it's much easier. Yeah.
It's fair and easy.
Especially
Yeah.
even people who are looking for work permits, study permits, and so on. It's so much easier because you have now, with COVID, the blended
Yes.
learning, people are applying, across borders. So to just ease the application process, it's so much easier to share that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause to our speakers. And I think this was a very interesting session. This demonstrated also by the number of questions, comments. I see people going to the board with their comments. So thank you very much. Thank you, Koen and Ildiko. It was excellent. I've been in many of these presentations and there was a lot more today to learn. Thank you very much. So colleagues, now we have our lunch. We are, of course, late, so let us give ourselves then a little bit more time. Let us come back instead of 1:30 at 1:40. Is that okay? Do we all agree? Sorry? Instead of 13:30, 13:40, 10 minutes more for lunch. So it will be, we will have then 50 minutes for lunch. If you prefer to have just an entire hour, okay. I suggest that we come back at 13:50. Yes? Okay. Then 45, sorry. 13:45. Sorry. 45, not 50. Yes, the lunch is just here. It's very easy. It's just here. Thank you.
So we have to reduce the time so that we may have.
Issues, perspectives of their NQF. So if anyone else would like to share some any information during this last session, 5-10 minutes without presentation, just simply sharing, please, just let me know. So, Olavo, muito obrigada. A palavra.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olavo. The time is all yours. The time is all gold and silence is silver. Thank you, Mr. Eduardo. It's with a great pleasure. I was saying it's with a great pleasure that I'm here once again to share my presentation about the new theme, which is development of professional qualifications.
Não, deixa aqui. Os principais tópicos.
The outlines or the main topic are qualifications, to remember concept, create concept, professional qualifications, the main stages, and also going to speak about approach for competence, which is very fascinating theme, and also the role of the trainer. I would like to remind the concept that qualification normally is seen as a formal outcome of a process of assessment and validation obtained when any authority determines that a person has reached the learning outcomes in accordance with the norms, determined norms. This is the basic concept which is there around the qualification. And this concept goes to professional qualification, certification of academic qualifications, and school qualification. And maybe was missing to introduce a qualification obtained in the life cycle. This was a mistake, but it's important to remember that people do obtain qualification in the life cycle, be in a formal way or the non-formal way. We are going to focus on what are those learning outcomes according to certain norms. What norms are they? These norms normally are the competence of the descriptors. We know basically three of them: knowledge, know-how, ability, skills, and the attitudes and responsibility and autonomy. So these are normally the three main descriptors that are there in most of the framework. The question now is, those descriptors are not compulsory. Each country can have certain descriptor and may not need others, but these are the ones which are the common one. So these are norms which are basically determined. Other norms that can be determined are the ways how people acquire the skills or the qualification. We acquire qualification through training for ways, for a school, from university training centers, or for work environment. And also can acquire these through process of recognition of the learning outcomes through work experience or life experience. Most of the time it's called validation of certification of qualification, recognition, validation of certification of competencies. Design, renew qualification. This is a process that normally has to do with quality assurance, and this process starts first of all by justification of qualification, by the designing of the qualification through the validation and approval, and also have to look at the companies and also the representative of the workers. And also we go to the phase of the implementation of qualification. And finally, there can also be the process of review of the qualification. Amilcar mentioned recently a list that I have. That's a list of qualification that was designed some years ago, but now are reviewing. Normally, the qualification have a timeline of about 4 years because the world changed and also the technology changed as well as the information. The context of work organization also change, and we always have to adapt to the qualification, to the new contexts. The entity which is responsible by certification normally establish a set of norms which have to do with the quality for the conception or formulation of a qualification. This has to do above all with the need of qualification, what the market needs in a determinate period of time. That has to do with consultation of the interested parties. And eventually, this consultation is done by the board that does the licensing or a professional board of companies. They have a very important role to play what qualification they need in a certain phase or in a determinate time for the economic and productive sector. The specifications that comply with the requirement, those qualifications have to meet certain norms which are foreseen in the national qualification framework. This this requirement have to do with the scripted, this knowledge, the skills, and the responsibility. And finally, this specification have to meet the norms of the quality related qualification. So we don't want to have qualifications that have no quality. And for us to know whether they have quality, there need to be norms that guarantee such quality. So those steps are very fundamental for the designing of qualification, and the board that's responsible for designing those qualifications has to be ready to such processing. There are questions of conception which are very important, and we see here two fundamental questions. The question of the conception when that covers a specific model of qualification. The no qualification, normally each country has specific model, the capacity of the reporter, to conceive and complete the specification of the qualification normally is done with a group of professionals, but sometimes those professionals do not know all the methodology. So this methodology is led by somebody who knows. So normally there are a lot of experts that does this type of work, and the technical groups, the trainers of the training centers, also the technician of the company, they are followed by those experts who knows the methodology. They bring the knowledge they have on how to do things, but they are not able to transmit that or to take that into the document. So the work of those experts, it is to help them to have this information documented so that this can be integrated in a catalog. This engagement of the interested parties. When talk about interested party, we speak about the companies, the productive sector and non-productive sector, and also the trade union, those who are representative of the worker. The capacity also of of documenting in according to the learning outcome, all the criterias that have to follow, they have to be documented. There is another question, which is the question of approval. This has to do with the capacity of the authority that's responsible to assess the specification of qualification in order to provide critical information in the improvement and also to make sure that they comply with all the norms and of requirements of the national frameworks. And finally, the adequate funding of the authority that's responsible to design the qualification. They need to have enough resources so that they can have qualifications. Normally, when we speak about designing of qualifications, we differentiate those three fundamental aspects. There is a phase which is a phase to design the sectorial study. There is a phase of designing of reference of competence, and also there is a phase of reference of training. Between the second and the third stage, each one of those is complemented by a process that is called internal validation or external validations. When we say study of sectorial scope, we can imagine, for example, a family, a professional family, or an product economic sector. We can talk about the metal sectors or electricity sector. For us to develop qualifications of this specific area, it is important to design a study about that sector of activity. It is important to know the sector, to know what are the situation of what are the characteristics and what companies are there, what technology does the company use, and why. Because what we want to reach as the result of this is to characterize the sector, identify all the profession that exists in that sector, and also from that list of profession that we identified, we have to list the priority qualifications. For example, in the sector of electricity, we can find that there are 50 professions. There can be more than 50 professions, but the authorities that's the qualification, they may not have a resource at that time of doing all the qualification to all those professions. So what are they going to say? They're going to say, in these, let's say, in this list of professions, I'm going to do just 5 qualifications. But the sectorial study has identified 50 professions, so the 45 profession can be done later. So the most important is that there is that list of profession, and these can be served as a reference for the future to undertake new reference. So this sectorial study has its objective to characterize the sector, identify the existing profession, and also to list the priority qualifications. So this is the summary of what I've just said. This study is going to analyze all the steps and also the evolution, and also look at the future demands of a certain professional family or a certain productive sector. They are going to identify a set of relevant profession in a certain productive sector, and also is going to find out the qualifications and also the second phase, which is the phase of the designing of the reference of competence. The goal is, above all, to identify what is called the reference of competencies. And those competence references, they have to do with designation of the professional qualification and also the respective code, because each qualification has its code. We may see that later during the site of the national system of qualification from Cape Verde and also from South Africa. We can see that each qualification has a specific code at the level of qualification. It has to be, it needs to have a reference of competencies, the level of qualification, also the timeline for that professional qualifications, a field of observation that's going to look at the specific condition of that qualification and also the condition of access to the exercise of that profession. It is obvious that in order to do a certain qualification in a certain level, it is necessary to have a certain requirement. And those requirements, they can be formulated in a reference of competences. The reference of competence describes in a generic way the professional qualification in a logic, or B, in a logic. The reference of competence describes also a set of activities which are associated to that professional qualifications. And finally, the unity of competencies presents also the learning outcomes. The reference of competence, they are for to define and identify what are the unities of competencies. The reference of competence has a set of unity of competence. We are going to show that in more detailed way, and each of these unit of competency will be transformed in training modules. Validations of reference of competence. When normally we do the reference of competence, they have to be validated. They have to be validated by the managing entity of the national system of qualification. They have to be validated by the institution of teaching and also education, vocational training. And finally, other agents of public administration. We are developing qualifications. It is normal that we may have in the validation the Ministry of Social Welfare, the representative of the companies. If we have a qualification of electricity, it is normal to have in the validation companies which are related to electricity field, and also the representative of the trade union. Let's say if that is the metal area, we may in the validation, we may have representation of the trade unions of the metals area. And sometimes we may have representative of the civil society. Following our experience of what I see closer is that in most of the qualification that has to do with social welfare, we call most of the time the NGOs that work in the social scope in order to be part of the group that does the validations of the qualifications that are related to social welfare. For example, the qualification of Cape Verde, they also had the participation of various NGOs that work or are related to the area of, there is a feedback which I'm receiving, of various associations that work in the social welfare. They work with us in order to do the validation, internal validation of the references. Was ended with the internal validation and as well as the external validation, two reference of competence. We now go to the third phase, which is the phase of designing of the training references. Those training references, they are to design the training reference. Above all, they are important because from those training reference, that's when we design the training programs for the qualification. The objective, what is the objective? It is to structure the training unity, to establish the objective of learning objective, to establish the training content with pedagogical sequences, associate the training unity to the unit of competence, and also which define for qualification B in a technology component as well as professional component, establish the adequate timeline to comply with the objective of that unity which each associated to. This phase is also, it is a very important phase that also needs validation just like the other, and the validation has to be done by the same entities that did the validations of the unity of competence, also the competence reference. I cannot start a process of designing competence having in the internal validation specific groups, and when we go to the references, we are going to have another specific group. This cannot work like that. That should not work well in all the way, and can jeopardize all the work that we are doing. So the internal validation, internal and external B, the reference of competence, and also training reference, they have to be done by the same task force. The group that initiates should be the one that go up to the end of the designing of the qualifications. And finally, we should have this type of scheme. See that the unit of competence in the first column, there is the reference of competence. In the second column, there is in the second column, we have a reference of training, and in the third, there is a training program. Each unit of competence can get transformed into a training unit of short term. What you see is that we have 4 units of competencies. So each one of them is a training unity of short term, and all of them, they meet the package is a training package. The second possibility, we may have 2 units of competence which can be transformed into 1 training unity of short term, and that can also be a training program. And the third possibility, it is to have a small unit of competence, which normally it is the single unities, and also does the training and also deal with competence. When we deal with qualifications, this last module, that is the one that has to do with health, hygiene, and safety at work. So normally that's 1 unit of competence that can be transformed into a training unity of short term, but at the same time, it is also training. It is about 30 hours. So there are 3 possibilities, and it is good that we to understand what's the reference of competence, what's the reference of training, and what is the programs of training, because these follows a certain logic, and the validation of reference of competence has to be done by the same group that did the validation, the internal and external validation, and also reference of competence has to be the same group doing the external validation of training reference, and this training reference will be transformed in a training program. This training program is applied in the school of technical or professional vocational training, and also the training centers and any other training sector. In summary, the professional qualification can be done based on what we call competence approach, and this competence approach, it is a very interesting theme, but at the same time, it's very sensitive that normally presents some situation. I personally, when I deal with competence of approach, I do respect that there are criticism that can be made, but I defend the competence approach, and I'm going to present my arguments. Why do I define so? My arguments start from the following principle. By comparing the approach of competence and also with the traditional approach. The traditional approach normally has a goal. The goal is transmission of concept of idea and the received procedures. This is normally what we call traditional approach. Competence approach, this is a bit different. This approach by competence, this tries to overcome the conception of who learns or the trainee as a receptor of information, or in order to give space to a learner to build her own knowledge through the reflections about own practices. So this is the fundamental difference that I see between traditional training, where the main goal is simply to transmit ideas, procedures, and receive the information as approached by competence, whereby we try that the learner has to be the center of building her own knowledge from the reflection of her own practices. So this is the main difference. Why do we defend nowadays the approach on competence or the training approach? Because the new ways, the new working methods, and also the needs of many people to change the space, to change most of the times occupations, and also to get adapted to unexpected situations. And those change demand capacity that are beyond the competence that are normally taught by the conventional training or traditional training. So this capacity that the person should have of getting adapt to new context, this is not most of the time transmitted in the conventional training or in the traditional training, but this has to do with the approach through of competences. The other important thing is that the competence approach allows a direct relationship between the acquired competence and also the contents of the training programs. This competence approach allows a direct relationship between the acquired competence and also the contents of the training program. And we are going to see how does it work between offer of training and qualification and also thinking of training. Normally, the providers of training, they have to be in the side of the offer. They have a reference to adequate their training program. And from the side of the demand, the people who seek training and qualification, they have trust that that will be adapted to their needs. So this is the difference which should exist between the one seeking the training and the one offering the training. The one offering the training should have reference, adequate reference to the training programs of those seeking. And those who are seeking training, they have to be sure that we receive things that will meet their expectation needs. The competence approach means educate. It is to train towards learning and also the efficiency of the human talent in all dimensions, the intellectual dimensions and also the affective dimension. The knowledge in terms of approach by competent, the scientific knowledge, the technology knowledge, they have the worth when they are reflected in the operative capacity. Beyond that, they seems not to be doubtful. The work competence, it is a summary of knowledge and skills and attitude, but that is a competence. It's a global outcomes. It's not a set of things that are summed up, which are summed up and adapted. And the better way of learning the scientific and technological knowledge is through discovering them every day and also rediscovering in practices. It is not teaching people scientific knowledge and technology knowledge, which they are going to take the ownership of it, but they need it in practices. They have to discover and practice by themselves. So this is the one of the main differences regarding the traditional approach or conventional approach. We have two columns here that they make the contrast of what is the traditional training as a qualification framework with the perspective of approach, of competence approach. Traditional training is traditionally of long term, but when we make a qualification for a national framework of qualifications in a competence approach, we do the training of modular, and there are more advantage in having those module by having a long-term training. We all know that sometimes a young man or any person does not want to follow all the training. They just want to do some specific module of training. I can give you an example. It may seem funny, but that's an example that existed and I know, which I can share with you. A man had a professional vocational training of masonry or bricklayer, and somebody called him in a certain day, said, I would like to do a module of fixing tiles on the floor. The man said, no, this training is 1,200 hours. The man said, I did not want the whole training. But he said the training is like this. That's how it's been conceived. I just want to learn how to fix tile. And the man said, okay, come tomorrow. We are going to see how we can do that. In the other day, when the man went there, he got into the room. He went there with the wheelchair. He could not stand on the stair. He could not use the scaffolding because he was a person with a disability. So he lost opportunity. If that training was modular, he could just do that much that he wanted for him to be able to do the fixing tiles so that he could have place in the market. The training, when it's done in a modular way, has that advantage of we being able to provide people a certain flexibility so that they can do. He may not want to do all the training during all that time. There's no time, but he wants to do just one module this year. In the next year, the other module may do after 3 months. So this is one of the difference between the two approaches. The second difference, that has to do with the curriculum. The curriculum, most of the time, the curriculum of traditional training, most of the times they are obsolete. Not all the time, but most of the time they're obsolete. While those programs based on competence, they are curriculum that most of the time they updated. We expected that reference of training, they have to be updated. They 4 by 4 years, they have to be updated. So in competence approach, we have this possibility of updating the competence. The third main difference that has to do with the perspective where we see the learner, the trainee. In the traditional training, that person is a passive agent, while in the approach by competence, the learner or trainee is an active agent. For the workplace, the traditional training trains people for specific workplace, but when the training is done with an approach from competence, they train a person for employability. They don't train a person with more value that can be adapted to the market of work in different way. While in the traditional one, we are training a bricklayer just to be a bricklayer. We're not training a bricklayer for him to do something different apart from bricklayering. The skills and the traditional training, it is different when we look at the competence approach. Competence approach does not train people just to have a domain and skills on that single component, but in the approach by competence, we want to train people in integrated way so that they can get adapted to new contexts of work. Finally, what is the role of the trainer? We've spoken about the trainee, the learner. It is good also not to forget the role of the trainer. In the traditional approach, the trainer is simply a transmitter of knowledge. He's a transmitter of skill. He's going to say, you, while learning, you have to know this, this, and that. You have to do this and that. But in the competence approach is different. The role of the trainer changes. The role of the trainer changes. It is a role of the manager of labor capacity. The learner has capacity and has to manage, has to assist the learner to manage their labor capacity. In the approach of competence is a promoter of adaptations to the change which take place in the world of work, in the organization work. He is a promoter of the resolution of a complex situation that appear in a work environment on day-to-day. So these are the main differences that exist in terms of the role of the trainer when we are comparing the traditional approach with the approaches of competence. This competence approach has to assume that the capacity of learning, it is a factor which is becoming more important in the organization. The organization do not need people who know everything, but the organization needs people who have capacity to learn more. it is necessary to assume that learning with efficiency is learning doing in the really work context. The real work context is going to teach us every day how to do, why doing, and when to do it. So this approach by competence has there's two virtues which are very important. Capacity to learn is becoming more important to the organization. And learn with the efficiency is learning doing in a really context of work and practices of today. A training based on competence has the following basic characteristics. I'm now going to the end. I'm about to end. Learning outcomes defined in explicitly corresponding to the criteria of performance known by the learner. The trainee going to learning when need the qualification already knows which are the criteria of performance that has to meet. The time is flexible because the learner is based in modular way. Learning is done in modular way. Pedagogy is adapted to the style of the learning of the learner. It's not adapted to the style of what the school wants or the training center wants, but that is what the learner is capable to do. A measure of assessment whose criteria are based in the estimation of acquired result, the certifications has to be done based in the demonstration of acquired result. The certification, it is something very important that is based on the assessment, and such assessment has to be shown the acquired data. And finally, training program which is flexible and updated.
I'll stop here, and I hope to have conveyed a message. So they said you're soft skin, so I'll stop here. Thank you, Olavi. It was clear and it was comprehensive.
I think this time Olavo has done a very good job in terms of time management, which is one of the soft skills, transversal skills. And he managed with shorter time, because we started later, to actually talk about all these important issues, including the APC, l'approche par compétence. And we have very good specialists in approche par compétence here in the room, several. And so thanks very much. We have time, sufficient time for discussion. And what we have prepared and would like to propose is, we have 4 questions prepared, and Erica will show them via the Mentimeter, because we save time by doing this. But let us still have, let's say, 10, 15 minutes for your questions here from the room. I'm looking at Sierra Leone. I know that they are interested in this topic. I look at Tunisia. They have a lot of experience. I look at ANEP. For the time being, I didn't hear yet a word from ANEP, and I want to hear a word from ANEP. I look at Somalia and Ethiopia and South Sudan and Sudan. Please use this opportunity. Either you have a comment or a specific question, a critical remark, maybe from South Africa. Thanks. Botswana, if you also want, please to add. And this table here, French-speaking countries, please. Forgot. Senegal is more higher education, but I know that he's interested in this. If you have questions, I saw that Faustin was very interested. He was following very carefully the presentation. Faustin, j'ai vu que vous étiez très intéressé à écouter.
I saw that you were more interested. You can use this time to ask questions or maybe to provide some critical comment. APC Is it not complicated? Matthias, I know maybe you have the concern.
Any comments, any suggestions, please share. And then we have 10 minutes, 15 maximum for the Mentimeter. So in total, half an hour now for this discussion. So Olavo, I hope your energy level is high because you still have lots of issues. Fica aí. Não é para ir sentar. He wants to sit. I told him, no. New? Questions? La République démocratique du Congo, je sais, a des questions.
DC, DRC, I know you have questions. That's why you've been discussing Cameroon.
Ah, d'accord. I would like also to ask you, because I know that Abdoulaye Salif, who is very interested in this passerelle between professional, vocational education and higher education. And what does it tell you for higher education, for example, this approche par compétence? What is it interesting in it for higher education? And of course, this question goes very much to our friend Abdou Cissé. Abdullah Haté Cissé. Est-ce que cette approche par compétence vous dit quelque chose pour vous?
Approach by competence, does it really assist you? Thank you very much for the floor. For us, is at the stage that way we have some concerns, but we would also want to be clarified, as you know. So we do have this NQF, for instance, we want the steps. You want the development of a sectoral study. I would like to inform the entire community here that DRC, 1 week before we came here, we do have an operational, we have listed all the existing occupations. This list, we are going to put now references at three levels, competence for the learning and for the qualifications. So this is a great work that we are doing so that we can go through the first stage in terms of the approach. This is a new ministry, but we have used this approach by competence. We do have two that we are using now. There is one by professor, is a French professor, the other one that we are using. But the problem that we have is at how can we centralize everything? You need to understand that vocational training in our case is many ministries that are in charge of all these things. So they do it in a transversal way. So I can say that we want a one-stop area. It's the ministry or our ministry that is doing the coordination. So that's why we need this national qualification framework so that we can have the standard even in terms of the qualification, in terms of the competences. So we want to use the experience in Angola because you've done this journey. So what should we do for us that who are at the first stage while we are still listing all the occupations? So, you know, we do have more than 500 occupations that we have. And if we have to do the reference for each occupation, so that's why we took out the innovative, what we call innovative occupations. And after we do the reference for those innovative occupations, so we can also go to the other stage where we can the references for the training. So that was the question that I wanted to ask. Should we wait until we finish with all the references for all the occupations, or what should we do? Because these occupations, as you know, the occupations, they appear, they can disappear also. So I understood very well the question. No, I will answer you now, but I will do it in Portuguese. No. We want you to answer it in French because we're gonna invite you in Congo to come and educate us. It's very interesting that you've done the inventory of many occupations, but the advice that I can give you is to establish priorities. You need to have priorities. It is not necessary to start with 150, 200. You can start with 5, 4, but occupations that are priorities for you for now, that have got the relationship with the need of the economy in your country. To start off, this is the advice that I can give you. Don't have this long list so that no, but you can start with few. So you are going to progress as you go along. Thank you. Senegal has proven, so French is okay. Can I go on? Thank you very much for the floor. I'm very clarified because I'm a lawyer, as I've been trained as a lawyer, but if I came to this training, is not for academic reason, but I came to learn as a lawyer, but working in the training at the TVET, for instance. In our country, this ministry has got only 1 year. So we've started with many things at the same time. So now we are stuck. We don't know how to progress. Fortunately, I've got the answer now. So let me come back to one element, is the training by modular and the curricula. We've started it 6 years ago, but as we speak now, we don't even have a curriculum. So this is the reality. Now we want, through your competences, your ways of doing things, if we can exchange to assist the DRC, not today, but through your presence in our country, so that we can assist this ministry to change the way of doing things and to evolve. Thank you very much. So the question is for you, we can organize a seminar in the DRC, and through you, we can assist others. And Madame the Ministry talked about it many times on this issue. So we have to plan some activities with you, and we can discuss in bilateral during these 3 days to see the possibilities, and you will tell us if you want, we can discuss and work together. When you say to share with Angola, I can say you can share with Cape Verde, even with Tunisia, which has got a lot of experience. Of course, they want also the floor, Tunisia, but Tunisia, before you take the floor, the DRC want to finish. In the case of SADC, you need to know that the DRC that is assuming the chairmanship. So the ministry of the TVET that accompanied the ministry in Seychelles, and I know that Seychelles they are really at the advanced stage in terms of the NQF. So we also want to share the experience, but before we go there, we need to start from somewhere. So I think that it is part of what we are asking you, so that when you can come, so that you can assist us to not only you, but other countries, so that we want to see your experiences, particularly countries that are already advanced, to see how you can assist us. Tunisia, these are proposals that are realistic, and we'll work on those. Tunisia, you have the floor now. Thank you very much. I'm going to react by this competent approach by competence. we hear that you have by developing the degrees by the now it has been said that you need the competence approach. So do you need the same approach that is shared by other countries? I'll give you, in the case of Tunisia, since 1990s, we implemented the competence approach, which is adapted to our context, which is a Canadian approach. But when we looked at our NQF, it has got 7 levels and 7 descriptors. We had to adapt this approach because the current approach is the one that is giving the program that are based on the module. These are pedagogical competences. These are not occupational skills, so that you can assess candidate. What we are reflected, how can we leave out the skill approach or competence approach so that we can respond to the need of the labor market, so that we can have these qualifications instead of having pedagogical competencies. The other issue, we had some challenges. How can we integrate the context of realization? And when we talk about the learning, but in the context of realization or learning that will reflect the entire descriptors, so we can have the degree so that they can really be faithful in terms of the NQF. Thank you very much. I would like to answer quickly, and before that, I would like to
just for 1 second acknowledge Dr. Baguma, please. Could you come with your guest just to acknowledge? Welcome. We are so pleased to see you here. So please, I just want you to say a word, and we acknowledge your presence, and thank you very much for your time to join us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nhlanhla Twala. If you can't pronounce it, don't worry. It's not a problem, but Twala is easy enough. Nhlanhla Twala. I'm the Vice Chancellor and Provost of African Leadership University. I was excited to hear about your presence here because the issues we are dealing with of quality assurance in a changing environment are the areas we are grappling with. All of us realize that there needs to be a shift in terms of the learning frameworks. But the question is, how do you assure quality in an environment that is new and dynamic and where the technologies, we really don't know where they're going to take us? So that's something that we're currently grappling with because we are trying to implement exactly the model of allowing students to learn wherever they are, quality to assure their learning, but also ensure that they have credits that they can transfer to other universities that can be recognized. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Please have a seat and stay with us. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you so much. Just as our coordinator, she offered us the opportunities to share. At our level, we will hopefully have maybe a session to share how are we translating a qualification framework at institutional level. Because at the end of it, what we are discussing here, it gets translated at the institutional level. So I think that one, if it's possible, it would be a very good example. The way he was sharing, actually, I was just seeing, oh, has he been seeing what we are doing? But of course, this is universal knowledge. So I thank you so much. Also at our level, we'll be happy to share that. How are we translating that? Because we all talk of a student being at the center of learning, but so what has happened? What is wrong? Thank you so much.
You will be most welcome. Thank you. So this was just a small parenthesis to acknowledge the arrival of our distinguished guest. and thank you for being here. So we continue. Thanks a lot, Olfa, for all these remarks that you made about a changing APC. Tous ces remarques sur une APC qui a dû changer.
It has to change. Of course,
I think all these remarks made by Olfa on the relationship of the APC or CBT with the National Qualifications Framework principles and approach are quite interesting, and they deserve also further conversation. Actually, I wanted to ask you to please write a small card for the board about this. Okay?
C'est seulement pour faire un petit commentaire.
just to make a small comment based on what Abedi and the lady from Tunisia said, do not fear to change. Do not, for instance, Portugal, up to 2 years or 3 years ago, they started to change to have these the qualifications in Portugal. When they did the first one, they didn't think about this approach APC, but they've learned. They went back to see how it is done. These qualification by the APC approach in Cape Verde, for instance. So we've started with the APC in Portugal because they are Portuguese. They went there in Cape Verde, they learned how to do it. Now they are changing all their qualification based on the APC approach. So sometimes there is a question which is central, which is to contextualize. You shouldn't lose the focus in terms of the Tunisian context. This is very important. Thank you very much. So from now on, you will be speaking French, Portuguese, and so you've passed the exam of French in practice, so you are good. This is the competence, Matthias. Then we'll do the main thing. Good afternoon. My name is Matthias. I work in Cameroon, and I would like to share with you our experience. Of course, we've adopted the APC in 2008 in the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training. We started developing the training curriculum based on that approach. So we need to say that it has got many advantages. The colleague mentioned it. So the learner is at the center of the training or the learning, and this approach allows you, the learner, to have these competencies when we meet all the requirements. Recently, someone said, when we were talking about the digitalizing the competencies, someone talked about the issue of energy. The APC is also having these challenges of infrastructure. If you don't have good infrastructure, you cannot do a very good APC. I'm happy with the Tunisian experience when they say that after they've received the Canadian APC, because the Canadians are the founders of the APC, and many countries, including Cameroon, they are doing a contextualized or personalized APC, because if you take these APC, the one that has been published in 2006 and 7, and you just use it in our countries, I don't think you'll have good results. That's one thing. The second problem that APC is facing is the trainer. You can imagine at our age, we were trained at school by this and other approach, but now they bring the trainer to implement APC. Where did he learn APC? So if we are developing APC without developing the center for the the trainers, these APC will not give you the result that you are expecting. It means that when you are implementing APC in your country, you need to think about the trainers who should be involved so that the learner should react and so that, as it was being said, is now the is accompanying the learner in the learning process. These are elements that we need to take into account. That's why I'm always saying that APC is an approach that is very expensive, because when, for instance, we were discussing, if you have 60 learners in APC, they will tell you that you cannot have a room of 60 learners. You need to have at least 20 or 30. It is an advantage which we cannot compare for a learner that is in those conditions, but it has cost. So now the question is, our state, our government, do they have resources to deal with these? This is the question that we raised this morning, the financing of vocational training. So it requires the implementation of all the stakeholders involved in these sectors, the employers, the state and others, because the state alone could not afford it if there is no other income sources, or if there is no mechanism of financing this training. But I'd like now to ask a question. Without APC, can we have a national qualification framework without APC? Thank you very much. What is important is the idea of the APC should be contextualized and adapted to the condition and the national need. This is what Alpha was saying, that do we have another comment? And thank you very much for this comment, Matthias. They were very realistic. That's why I was taking notes just behind you there. So now, colleagues, we are going to...
Erika, are you there? Can you show the Mentimeter? So let us do our Mentimeter, just 5 minutes, pode fazer. Just 5 minutes, as usual. We just show 2 questions out of the 4. And so you can point, as usual, to the QR code. We are using a bit of digital methods, yes, for conversation and sharing of ideas. Some participants are already responding very quickly. Two, I want the colleagues from higher education to respond as well. C'est le code qui est là, ou bien tu mets sur le carré. Tu pointes l'appareil photo sur le carré là et tu vas directement. I hope Naveen is responding. And then when we finish the Mentimeter, before we start session 13, okay. So that's the initial part. The question comes. So the question is, what are the main principles, procedures applied in your country or in your specific sector of education and training for development of qualifications? It can be in higher education, general education, adult, of course, vocational education and training. Qu'est-ce qui est écrit in NA? Non-available. There is a policy involvement of all sectors. Okay, 2 persons have written non-available, meaning there are no procedures or principles, procedures applied in the country or in the specific sector for development of qualifications. 2 persons, non-available, not that. Okay, then we see TVET competence-based, informed by labor market needs, consultation with industry. There is a policy, involvement of all sectors. Okay, there is also mention there of CAMES, yes. Of course, LMD, CAMES, niveau de l'enseignement supérieur, approche centrée sur l'étudiant, units of competency, qualifications at national level, APC, no systematic principles available. So we see already 3 cases where countries say there is no systematic principles or rules in place. Nothing. It's a 4th case, nothing. Okay, we see their development of competence levels required by world of work. Qualifications based on varied types, bachelor, for example, policy, APC, internal level, okay, LMD, licence, maîtrise, doctorat, but oriented to learning outcomes. APC au ministère de l'Emploi et Formation Professionnelle, okay, in higher education and in vocational education. I think this is the case of Cameroon. There are no defined principles in Sierra Leone. CBT, which is APC, labor market driven, units of competence. Okay, we have many contributions, and we saw 4 cases, 4 testimonies saying we do not have a specific approach or procedures or principles. 1, 2, yes, nothing, etc. Okay. Oh, let us then go to the second, Erika, thank you. So what adjustments, improvements would you recommend to the principles, approach, methodologies you are using in the country? Okay, in TVET, design principles need to be clearer. Renforcement des capacités infrastructurelles, curricular reviews, policy and principles, enhanced stakeholder engagement and involvement, application rigoureuse des principes de l'APC, enhanced, okay, nécessité de formation des formateurs, revision, so curricular revision, reviews, industry players need to be involved, a definition of a credit, of credits for Africa, based on learning outcomes, était encouragé dans l'enseignement supérieur, aussi peut-être dans le TVET, dans la formation professionnelle aussi.
Professional vocational training as well.
Recommendations about better involvement of the production sector or stakeholders from the industry. Yes, this is an important need, as we can see. Development of policies again. So we had several cases saying we do not have any policies or procedures, link or roles. Okay. Okay, so I think we have here many interesting contributions, many good contributions. I mean, good in the sense that they are coming from you. It's the reality that is being reflected here. Policies, a solution to improve industry involvement. I think this is an issue everywhere. Yeah, private sector. If we would rank the most important thing that needs to be improved, it is really the involvement, engagement of the private sector, of the industry, of stakeholders, isn't it? There is also, of course, the issue of, for example, curricular review, the teacher training or training of trainers, and also, of course, development of policies and procedures. But the involvement of the industry is the most fundamental issue that appears here. And I think this is both for higher education, and I'm looking at our guest just arrived, and also for, of course, for TVET. Okay, if we don't have additional points, clarity of roles. So here we are coming to the question of coordination, governance, isn't it? The governance in the wider sense. Thank you. Can we guess who wrote that? Okay, very good. I want then to pass the floor to Abdullah Salifu. He wanted to make a comment, but because he has a special hat, let's say, in this room, I wanted to give him the floor at the end of the session. So, Abdullah, inspire us, please.
No.
And then we move to session 13.
Ah, d'accord. Premièrement, je voudrais d'abord féliciter.
First, allow me to congratulate the presenter. Like some have written in the comment, of course, within higher education, there is really a pathway between technical and professional training to go into general education. The only thing is that the Addis Convention that offers this possibility is not well known. It is known in general, and often people believe it's a convention that is specifically for higher education. So tomorrow we're going to discuss it further. Now, when it comes to higher education, the approach is around the training for the students. Within higher education, we have references. So we have the CAMES quality standards. So when you have training offers, you're not going to do it within your office and invent training and put it on the table. So first, you're going to have a study, a survey for the professional sector, especially the companies, the NGOs and others. Sometimes it's not done, but luckily we have some assessment that's done. Now, when it comes to the TVET sector, although we recognize partially the skills, the only thing is that the requirements have to correspond to the credentials. So we'll see this in detail tomorrow. Thank you, Abdullah, for your contribution.
Mauro, sorry. We are now starting session 13, which is, as we have been saying, about innovative approaches to labor market intelligence. So, Mauro Pelucchi.
Thank you, Mia.
Mauro is a data scientist. He is working in very interesting, very important projects related with unlocking the power of big data to inform labor market and education policies. Mauro, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Mille grazie.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you very much. I already see my slide for my session on the shared screen. I hope that also you in the conference can you see my slide? So
yes, we can see. We see
better.
and we hear you well.
Okay. Let me to check if I can control. Okay, so okay, it's perfect. Thank you very much, Eduarda. And before to start, I wanted to say you, Eduarda, thanks for your invitation to present in this conference, and also special thank to ETF for this invitation. So let me to present myself. I am Mauro Pelucchi from LetCast, where I work as head of global data science. In LetCast, we have, of course, a lot of data about the labor market. And in the next 30 minutes, I will speak about to use this new type of data, new sources to inform, to connect people, to improve the employability, and of course to reduce the inequality, because our final goal is to try to improve the labor market in each single country. Of course, like Duanta mentioning, we take care about a lot of projects for the European Union and for ETF. In particular, I will speak about two main projects, one for CEDEFOP and one for ETF, about the use of new source of data for labor market. So what I will cover in my slide, of course, we will speak about the labor market intelligence, and I will show you how we use this new type of data and the new sources to try to predict the next skill, predict the next emerging skill. Of course, we will take a look to some practical example, because we have a lot of example where we use new data in different contexts, from regional economy to education provider, and also to some specific topics, some specific topic, like for example the economy. So let me to start from some question, because of course when we speak about the new data, it's difficult to address this question. So to start, what we need is some question, and usually when we start, we try to address some specific question. For example, what are the next emerging skills? It's difficult to predict what are the next emerging skills, because it's very difficult to understand the current labor market, and of course it's more difficult to understand the evolution of the labor market. And of course, it's very difficult to understand the skill gap in a specific region, in a specific industry context. Why it is very difficult? Because the situation is complex. You know, if we watch the last 5 years, only the last 5 years, we see a lot of evolution in the labor market, from, for example, the digitalization of profession. I think everyone knows the famous paper from Oxford, from Frey and Osborne, about the automatization of the profession. But I think everyone really knows that currently in each role, in each profession, the digital skills are mandatory. But of course, like also mentioned in the previous session, the relevance of the soft skill is very important. In the last 5 years, we see with, of course, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, how the soft skills are very important, and also how the new skill about the new skill and the new type of work, like the remote working, like the logistic workers, and of course every of these topics are very important. And last, for example, the green transition. It's another hot topic in this continuous evolution of the labor market. And I think I can also mention the impact of the micro credential for the education provider. So every topic in this slide are very hot topic in the evolution of the labor market. And what we will try to address in the next slide is how we take care about this new topic, because of course we have the traditional data. When I speak about traditional data, I am thinking about, for example, the employee, the number of employees, the labor market survey, and so on. And I think it is very important to use this traditional data. What I will try to add is new type of data, and how we use traditional data and also new type of data to try to address this new topic and to try to be ready for the next hot topics. Of course, we are in a continuous change in the labor market. Why we are in a continuous change of the labor market? So I think you need to understand how an employer try to communicate in the web, because currently, if we have in mind how an employer communicates in the web, we see a lot of web pages, a lot of blog pages, and these pages are really full of technologies, are really full of innovative way to work, are really full of green economy, for example, and so on. Of course, why? Because the employers try, of course, also with the job posting, in this case, with the skills, to attract talent. Why? Because what employers, what need employers is to try to attract new people, new innovative people in their company. And of course, also the job seekers are try to meet this requirement. How? Because usually the job seekers, usually the people use internet to communicate with social networks. If you have in mind some social networks, everyone creates a profile to communicate their skill, to communicate their description, to communicate what they are able to do. And what we observe, it's currently, we are skill-based economy. So let me to define a skill, because 40 years ago it's fine. It's quite fine to define a skill. Currently, it's more complex. Why more complex? Because if you have in mind a skill, we need to take care about the hard skill, so the specialized skill of a job seeker or of profile and so on. Of course, we can define a skill like a soft or an essential or a common skill, but also we have a base certification that are other type of skill. Why I am putting these different type of skill in one single slide? Because if you have in mind the job posting, and in a few slides we will see a job posting, we find everything in a job posting. We can have some specialized skill, we can have some soft skill, we can find some certification. Of course, every employers usually use a different language to communicate these skill requirements to the job seekers, because every employers try to attract the talent. So what we need is to try to collect this information, to normalize this information, to create a common definition of skill. Let me to go in detail about this work. So, of course, currently skills are more complex than 50 years ago. Why? Because if 50 years ago, I don't know, the skills are only communication, ability to work together and so on, currently skills are a mix of knowledge, of specialization, of technology, of ethics, and so on. So what we need is to try to observe what the employer are putting in the job posting, try to collect this information, decode this information in common language, and to connect, to inform our stakeholder, that are the employee, job seeker, the student, the public government, and so on. Of course, why we start from the skill? Because skill are a common language. Why are a common language? Because job seekers are using the skill to communicate their ability. And also employers are communicate the skill to communicate their skill requirements. Of course, so if we are able to match these two languages, we are able to observe the evolution of the demand and also of the supply of in the labor market. So what we need is to try to find a common language to meet the requirement of the employers and also the ability of the job seekers. Of course, it's not simple. Why it's not simple? Because if you have in mind the web, the internet channel currently is not simple. Why? Because, of course, we have a lot of new technologies, new AI. If you put a funny question currently in a popular search engine, you will find a specific response. And of course, if you have in mind a different way to use the internet channel, we have a lot of different sources and different really different web channel that the employers are using to communicate their needs of knowledge, their needs of skill. And of course, usually these new sources are also used by the job seeker to communicate their ability. Usually the job seeker, the people are using these new sources to buy something in the web, to observe some phenomena, and so on. We have a lot of different sources. Of course, these new sources, new interest sources, are very particular, because if you have in mind the traditional sources, you have in mind, sorry to simplify, but you can put a traditional source of labor market data in an Excel file. It's very simple. You can download the data from the web, or you can collect by a survey and put the data in rows in your Excel file. It's very simple then to observe. If you have in mind the new sources, it's more complex. It's more complex also because the new sources are usually more fast. Why? Because new sources are updated. If currently I go to a web employment agency online, I will find the last job posting published a few minutes ago from the employers. If I go currently on a popular social network about labor market, I will find the last updates from my colleagues, from my professional network, from my company. And usually the posts are updated. Usually are these communication are of 2 minutes ago. So the benefit of these new sources are about the update of the data. Why? Because usually official statistics are very good to represent and very robust to represent the labor market data. What we need to try to address this new question and what we need to find this common language between employers and job seeker is data that are more granular, because what we need is the specific skill, and also more update. What I need currently is something that is updated last week, in the last 10 days, because if I need to observe the evolution, I really need some data that are very fresh. So what we do is to use labor market data from the web, and in particular we use job posting. Why job posting? Because with the structural data, with the traditional data, when I mention structural data, I am referring to the traditional data. Why structural data? Because, I repeat, you can put this data in rows and columns in an Excel file, in a sheet. And these data are very, very useful to represent the job titles, to represent an occupation. With the data from the web, what we can do is try to observe the evolution of the skill. And also what we try to do with this data from the web is try to observe new patterns. For example, we can try to predict the remote working, for example. We can try to observe some new dimension of the labor market, like the green economy. So, in this slide, I put one example of job posting. As you can see, a job posting is a job posting that I take from the web a couple of months ago. It is in English, sorry. But in this case, I think everyone can observe the structure of the job posting. As you can see, we have a job title. As you can see, we have a job title in this position, and we have a description. Why? Because when we collect data from the web, we don't have rows and columns like in the data that you download, for example, from the National Statistical Institute. When we start to use this new source, what we really have is the natural language used by the employers to communicate. As you can see, we have some information about the salary, some information about benefit, some information about in this position, about the type of work and the schedule. But what really we have is the full job description. And it is not decoding, is what the employer published 1 month ago, 2 months ago for this position. As you can see, we can observe the job overview, and the power of this data is about the very granularity, because of course, if you have in mind the job posting that you can find on the web, we have millions, we have tons of job posting of this type. And if we find a way to decode this raw description in a database, it's possible to observe the evolution of these skills. Of course, it's not simple, it's a challenge, also because in the real world, we don't have only English. We have, like in this conference, we have French, Portuguese, we have Italian, my languages, we have Spanish, and so on. So what we need is to way to collect the data from the web. Let me to clean the screen. What we need is to way to collect the data from the web, and this way is called the web data ingestion, to import the data in a labor market intelligence database. I introduced this new term. I don't know if it is new for you, but only to define what is labor market database, what is a labor market intelligence. It's a tool, it's a methodology, it's a collection of tool and methodology, really, to try to predict, to inform about labor market data. Of course, in a labor market intelligence system, what we have is a database with information about occupation, industry, educational level, workforce demographic, for example, the contract type, the job type, the working hours, the geography of the labor market. And of course, we have a lot of information about the skills. In particular, if we can apply the labor market intelligence system to try to create a project about, for example, the skill foresight and the skill intelligence, to understand the current context and to predict the evolution of this skill. Let me to give you a practical example. You can use the QR code if you want to go on the web, or I navigate to the link. If I can click, I think I need an help to share also the link. I don't know if you can see the link. I cannot. Eduardo, I need your help, I think.
You help to open the link?
Yes.
Erika is in control.
Okay, thank you. Or maybe I can also share my screen with the link open.
And simply share, Mauro, the rest of the presentation yourself. Okay. So you are in total control.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. It's well defined, or I zoom a little.
We can see skills in occupations in the skills of it.
So you can use the QR code in the slide, or this site is public. It is a tool from CEDEFOP. CEDEFOP is an European agency that takes care about vocational training, which is a public tool for European countries. As you can see, if I go to the skill in occupation, for example, page, I can, this is a labor market intelligence system. As you can see, I can observe what is happening in Europe. This is update. So we are updating the data for the last quarter, but is quite updated. It is a public tool, so you can navigate. You can select a specific skill. For example, I go to the engineering and manufacturing skill. We are using, in this case, a public taxonomy, a public code list about skill that is called ESCO. In this case, I can take the skill about, the group of skill about engineering, manufacturing, construction. If I go to the specific detail, so electronic and automation, I can observe what are the more frequent, more relevant occupation about this group of skill. I can see I have electronics and telecommunication installed and repairs. I have the technology engineers. And I can go, for example, in this public tool, we have only the detail about the country, but of course, in the full database, what we have is the detail about region, province, the single city. I can go, for example, to observe, I don't know, in Czech Republic, only to see what is really across Europe. I can observe, for example, what are the distribution of the occupation, of the more relevant occupation for this specific group of skill. As you can see, this tool can be used by educational provider, university, regional government to address their needs about the update of the courses, about the update of public policy, and so on. So let me return to the presentation. Okay, so what we have, what usually we do with this labor market data is to start from the job posting. As you can see in this slide, I put some example about the job posting, like my previous slide. Of course, we have a lot of different contexts, different languages, different way to communicate from employers. What we try to do is to normalize this lot of languages in a single way, and in this case, what we can try to do is to build a labor market intelligence system. Of course, we have a lot of different challenges, like the languages, the huge amount of data. In the web, you know, when you navigate in the web, you can collect a lot of very good web pages, but also very bad web pages. So what we need is a strong methodology to run this type of work. And of course, this strong methodology is quite consolidated during the year. What we do is to try to create some web robot that navigate in the web, download all the data. We apply a strong statistical methodology to deduplicate the job posting, to normalize the language. And what we have at the finish is database with the job title or normalized occupation according to specific international standard, the type of industry, the name of employer, different skill, usually categorized in a different way. So we can define specialized skill, common skill, certification. We can observe education requirement, like the educational level that the employers are putting in the job posting, but also the educational field, if it is present, the experience required, and so on. Of course, we start to predict usually the occupation. So we start from a text, because what we have really from these news sources is a bunch of text, and this text is coming from the job description. And we apply machine learning model and AI to try to predict the occupation required by the employer. Of course, it's not a single solution, because if, in a lot of cases, when we apply this AI method to a text, what we found is not only one occupation, but a mix of occupation. For example, in this case, the job posting is about data scientist. As you can see, the model is predicting software developer, could be business intelligence, statistician. What we try to do is to try to observe also this mix of occupation, because really currently what defines a role, I think you are agree in this, in my observation, is not only the job title, it's not only the data scientist title, but the mix of skill inside the description. So if we, for example, apply this model to the text, what we are able to do is to try to observe the interconnection between different occupations, also to try to identify cluster of similar job. Why it is important to find a cluster of similar job from the language of employer? Because if we are able to find this cluster of job, we can try to create bridge between role. Bridge, and this bridge are based on skill. So when I speak, so I started my presentation, so what we try to do is to increase the employability and reduce the inequality. And if we are able to create this bridge between occupation, it's more easy for an education provider, for or regional government to use this bridge to increase the employability of the people, because this bridge are based on the skills in common, the relevant skill in common for the different occupation. Of course, under the system, we have a strong taxonomy of skill, of occupation, of industry. We have some legacy ontology and we have some international ontology. For example, for the ACQF project, we are using an international standard, but it's called ESCO, that is a standard skill taxonomy that permits us to decode the language of employer from 30 different languages in one single language. And it's very important also to observe the evolution of the labor market in different contexts. So let me to recap what we see in the first part of my presentation. So we observed that, of course, official statistics, traditional data are very important because they are very representativeness about the, and robust about the employment distribution, for example, and also about the time detail and so on. What we need is more data. Why? Because the labor market is in continuous evolution. And where we find this new data? In the web, you know. So what we can do is to try to download this data, decode this data in a common language, and create a database with more fresh data, with more up-to-date data. Why this database is important? Because with this database, we can connect employees and employers. We can connect job seekers and employers. We can connect student and education provider using a skill-based framework. And these skills are not coming from or fixed survey, but these skills are coming from tons of job postings published in the web. So I go ahead to my presentation because, of course, one of the more important topics is to try to use all the data together. So what we can use is, of course, traditional data. So structural labor market data. So data from the National Statistical Institute. Of course, we can use job posting analytics. It's important. But in the web, you know, we can also find, for example, social profile, resume, and so on. So if we apply the same methodology that I described a few minutes ago, we have a bunch of data that are coming from National Statistical Institute, job posting data, so employers, profile analytics, so from job seekers or employee or student, and of course, what we have in the background is a strong libraries of AI methodology, and these AI methodology are coming from new methodologies like deep learning, but also from traditional methodology that we apply, for example, to the normal data, like the time series analysis. Of course, the power is to try to use this data together. Let me to give you a fast example. In this case, I will use a tool. Okay, so let me to restart. So it is a tool that we use for regional government, for example. As you can see, I can try to let me to start from the beginning. So this database is for UK. So I'm using UK data, sorry, but these data are in English. So I think everyone can observe this data. And for example, I can start from the occupation. So the observing of occupation in a specific city, on a specific area. So I can use, for example, Southampton. Of course, I can change the city and I can put another city. And I can try to observe the jobs. So how the jobs are going. I can observe the number of openings and also some traditional index like the location quotient. So if I run this query on this UK database, I can see, for example, the different occupation. In this case, I am using the standard occupation classification, that is another standard occupation classification system. I can observe the evolution of the jobs between different years. So these are traditional data, as you can see, because I don't have the data of this year. The labor market survey are run every 3 months, and the National Statistical Institute needs some month to collect all the data, clean the data, check if everything is okay. But of course, are important data. As you can see, I can observe the evolution of the increase or the decrease of a job in a specific location. Of course, I have this traditional index, that is the location quotient, that help me to understand how this area is performing in relation to the big nation. So, as you can see, in some case, I am quite similar. So 1.01. So for the public relation directors, so this area is quite the same of UK. If I go to a specific another area, for example, in this case, for the financial institution manager, I am 0.5. So I am performing the 50% of the big area. So I can increase, so this is information very useful for regional administration, because they can improve or they can improve their policy in this specific context. Of course, I can go in detail. For example, if I go to the job posting analytics, in case I am mixing the data, I can observe how the job posting analytics are telling me about the labor market in the Southampton area. As you can see, I have 29 days, usually the posting duration. So it is an index, it is a proxy of the time to fill. I can observe the evolution of the salary between in this context. I can go in detail about, I can observe some sample of the posting, as you can see. Of course, the more important information are about the employers. So I can observe what are the employers that are looking for a financial manager in this area. As you can see, I have the name of the employer, but of course, the more important information are about the skill. As you can see, I can observe what are the skills requested by the employers in this area. As you can see, I have a financial service, procurement, purchasing, and so on. And I can compare the specialized skill requested by the employers in this area with the workforce profiles. As you can see, if I am an education provider, what I see is, okay, I have some issue in some specific context, like the electronics, by the supplies indication, like the strategic procurement. What I can do is to try to propose some specific courses to improve the employability of my people, for example. Of course, the real world is not only about specialized skill. It's also about some common skill, common, essential, or soft skill. As you can see, I can see that the management skill, customer service, and so on are very popular in the employers, and of course are very popular also in the workforce profile. But as you can see, I have some lack of skill, for example, in the innovation. Of course, also in this case, we can propose a project, program, if we are a regional public administration of Southampton, I can propose something to improve the workforce, my workforce of my local context in this specific context. Of course, these are nice charts, but I also can go in detail and I can see not only the top 10, but I can see the other skill requested, and I have all the number. So let me to return to the presentation. So what we can do is also to try to mix these different sources. Why it is important to mix? Because what we need is to try to anticipate the variation, and we need the stability of the traditional sources and the up-to-date feature of the new sources. For example, in this chart, you can see a comparison of the data between the electronic contract in Italy, so the administrative data that we have in Italy, with the job posting. And if you can observe the two lines, the job posting can anticipate the administrative data of 3 months. So if we collect the job posting, we can now cast of 3 months data and predict what we will have in the next 3 months. Of course, we can also compare the data between employment distribution and the data that we collect. In this slide, you can see an example from Germany and an example from Spain. And of course, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we can use the skill-based database to create a bridge between different occupations. And the bridge is a very popular feature in this context, because with the skill-based bridge, we can try to improve the education offer, we can try to improve the policy, and of course, we can, improve the employability. Another important sector of to use these data are about the education. For the education, we will go in detail with a specific application. Let me to introduce the last 10 minutes of my presentation. Why education? Because for education, we will use the job posting data to align the courses using the skills. This is very important. Of course, one of the important features of the labor market data that we collect from the web is about the new dimension. In this slide, you can see an example of a green economy, how we are able to observe the green economy, because we have the job description, we have the text, we have the natural languages used by the employers and by the job seekers. So we can apply AI methods to try to calculate, to try to compute the green share of the single posting, and we can try to predict what will be the evolution of the green economy in the next years. Of course, we will start from a few postings in the web, if we observe the last 10 years of data, and we can use this green line to now cast the green job for the next 5 years, for example. Another important example is try to observe the impact of a phenomenon. Of course, in this case, I'm using the COVID-19 pandemic. This is an example from the ACQF dashboard about Tunisia. As you can see, in this case, I am mixing the job posting data, so the orange line in this chart, with the Oxford Stringency Index. The Oxford Stringency Index is an index from the University of Oxford, of course, that compute the all from what compute for each country the stringency that each government applied during the COVID to reduce the transition of the COVID, to the transmission of the COVID. As you can see, when the stringency index is near 100, so maximum, we have the future posting by each month. When the index go down, the number of job posting go up. Of course, is quite obvious to observe these two types of curves. But remember that during the COVID, we didn't have traditional data. So it was very important to observe each week this evolution, to observe what happened during the COVID, and also to explain what are the sector with a more nice trend after the COVID pandemic. Of course, we can observe different trend, different concentration. We have a next example, for example, for the AI skill inside job posting. Why? Because if we compare, these data are coming our global posting. So we are observing all the posting of the world. As you can see, in 2021, the AI skill are exploding in the web data, in the labor market data from the web. So a lot of job posting are mentioning, a lot of employers are mentioning skill requirement about AI in their context. As you can see, we have a lot of job posting, and in 2021, we have a real explosion, and we continue to observe this positive growth since 2019. So another important application is the comparison between demand and supply. I repeat, we have this data from the employers, but also from the social profile. Why it is important? Because our starting point is the job posting data. So we have everything about the demand. We have the number of job posting by occupation, the number of skills requested by the employers. We have the name of the employers. We have information about the experience, the education, and so on. Of course, what we can try to do is to try to mix this data with data that are coming not from the employers, but from the job seekers. How we can do that? We can do that using resume and social profile. Of course, the two sources are a little different. Speaking about resumes, the resumes are very detailed. Usually they are quite with no noise. Usually they are updated. Of course, a resume is completely unstructured. So it's a bunch of text. Social profile, so are of course detailed, usually are very updated, and the nice stuff with the social profile are less unstructured, because if you have in mind one of the more famous social profile about the labor market, you can find very specific information about the education, about the skill, about the role or the roles and the experience of one job seeker. So what we can try to do is to mix these type of sources. Why? Because, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, we can observe, we can run a sort of gap analysis between demand and supply. So I have a very fast example about the use of social profile in Spain. So let me to refresh a little the page. So as you can see, with the social profile data, let me to zoom a little, I can observe the evolution of the occupation of the job seeker. This example is from Spain. So as you can see, I can identify what are the more common city where I can find the visa social profile. So I have the area of Madrid, Barcelona, the south of Spain, something in Bilbao, and so on. I can observe one occupation. For example, I can try to search, for example, for the cyber security occupation. Now I go to, let me to refresh the page, 1 second. So what I try, so what I try to explain to you, I can observe, for example, the cyber occupation, cyber roles, because cyber occupation are another hot topic in the labor market, you know. So as you can see, I can observe the transition between different occupations. So my target occupation is to find someone that is working in or in the cyber security context, like cyber engineers, cyber security analysts, and so on. What I want to observe, if, for example, I am if I am, for example, an education provider, is to try to create a transition path between different roles. For example, I can observe that a lot of cybersecurity analysts are coming from a previous role of network engineer and architect. So I can select the network engineer and architect. As you can see, I can try to create a path, education path, so a real course from student to network engineer to cybersecurity professional. So as you can see, I can use this data and of course the skill under the hood of this dashboard to try to create a new proposal from my student. Of course, I can use this data also to run reskilling or upskilling program. For example, if I have a lot of computer operator, I can also try to observe what are the employability if you try to move your professional role from computer operator to, I don't know, a network engineer, and then to cyber security specialist. As you can see, I can also compute, in this case, the number of days to find a new occupation in the different role. So less than 30 days for network engineer, and so on. So this is another way to use data from the web, data from the labor market to connect, to inform employers, job seekers, education providers. Let me return to the slide. So one, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, one of the more next example about the use of labor market data is to try to use the labor market intelligence system based on skill coming from the job posting to try to improve the employability of my courses. So what I'm trying to do, if I use, for example, this data to try to improve my university courses, my education path, and so on, of course, I will use data that are coming directly from employers to try to improve the skill that are the outcome of my education courses. What are the path of methodology? Of course, we will start from data source collection. So we will start to collect data about courses, so the job description and so on, the course description and so on. We will use the job description to create a sort of profiles about these courses. We will use this description, this profile, to compare the profile of the course with the profile of the occupation that are coming from the web. And of course, we will create a visualization to mix this information. Let me to show you a live example. So this example is from the University of Trento. Trento is a city in Italy, is a middle university in Italy. So as you can see, we are applying this methodology. Let me to refresh the screen. What we try to do. So in the slide, shared slide, you will find the screenshot of this application. So I will show, I am showing you the application live because of course it's protected by username and password. But don't worry, in the slides, you will find some screenshot of this application. For example, I can apply this methodology to the AI system university courses from the University of Trento. So I am going to the analysis. As you can see, I have the job posting trending. I can select a different nation. I have France, Germany, Italy, Spain, UK. So I can observe the occupation related to the AI, so the artificial intelligence system course in different nations in Europe. As you can see, I have an improvement. Of course, I can go in detail of the single nation, or I can go in detail about the occupation. So I can select only junior or senior profile. Of course, I can go in detail about the market terms that are really the job title that are using the employers in the web. As you can see, the AI systems are not equal. As you can see, I have a lot of requests about machine learning engineer. I have something about AI, developer, engineer, natural languages processing expert, computer vision, and of course. If I go to a different nation, for example, if I select Italy, as you can see, I have a different distribution. If I go, for example, in Germany, I have a different distribution about the request of profile. And it's very important because if I am a university that put in my goal the internationalization, it's important to observe what are requesting, what the employers from different nations are requesting. Of course, I can observe, for example, the sector of the companies and also the name of the company. What are the more important sheet, of course, is the skill mix. So what we can do is try to observe the different skill mix for the single job title. As you can see, I can observe the machine learning engineer. If I am a teacher in the AI system courses, I can use this dashboard to align my proposal with industry data that are coming from the employers. As you can see, if I select the machine learning engineer, I can go in detail about the top 10 skill requested from Python, mathematics, algorithms, and so on. I can also observe the specialized skill if I click on this red bar, or I can see only the soft skill if I want also to improve my proposal about the improving of soft skill, or only the digital skill from Python, script programming, Hadoop, and so on. Of course, this type of system is very helpful for technical courses like this one, but I can also switch to psychology, for example, and I have the same outcome. This is in Italian, sorry, so I have HR specialist, for example, so this is HR specialist, and I can observe what are the most 10 skill requested by the employers. I can observe coach, neuropsychology, and so on. So as you can see, is a methodology that we can apply not only to technical or digital occupation, but to all the occupation that are coming from the web.
Mauro, dobbiamo finire.
Ok.
Dobbiamo finire.
Yes, only
un attimo, un minuto.
Okay, so so my presentation is finished really. I have my last example. So in the slide, I repeat, you will find, as you can see, the screenshot of a busy system. The last example is from ETF. So I will go very quickly. Also in this case, you will find in my slide the screenshot. So last example is from ETF. So it's a project that we have with ATF in different nations, where we collect data from job posting. As you can see, this is a dashboard from Tunisia. Of course, we can use this data to observe the Tunisia context real time. As you can see, if I go to the time sheet, so to the sheet related to the times, I have the data updated to the last month. So we are working to update with the August data in the next few days, but these data are from 2020 to the last day of July. I can observe the evolution of the number of job posting, or I can go in detail about, for example, the dashboard about the professional dashboard. So I go here. In this case, I can select the single occupation. In this case, software developer. I can observe the distribution of the occupation in the different geography. I can observe the different skill requested in terms of knowledge, skills, and attitude and values. I can watch the experience, the education, and so on. Of course, another important topic is the new dimension. For example, in this case, we have also one specific dashboard to observe the evolution of the green share in different years and different occupation. So I am finished. Thank you, Eduarda, and thank you to everyone. I don't know if we have time for question, Eduarda, or if you have some question offline.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Mauro. Grazie mille. So, colleagues, we have limited time, but since we have our expert accessible only today, if you have any specific question immediately to ask, please do it. Otherwise, you can also write questions and we can send him. Okay, he's flexible and he will send us responses, or just join for some responses. If you have any question immediately to Mauro, any concern, any remark, any wish, yes, please, Anjuja, and also Amilcar. So Mauro, you have two participants who would like to ask questions. The first is Anjuja from Mauritius. And the second participant who is interested to ask you a question is Amilcar from Cape Verde. Anjuja, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eduarda. Thank you very much, Marco, for this very compelling presentation. A very useful study that is used to inform prospective students in areas where they can study, and also for institutions as well, when they are developing courses, as well as for a country itself, if they want to reduce the mismatch between the demand and supply in the labor market. We do conduct, I am from the Higher Education Commission, we do conduct this kind of study, but using a very different methodology. We come up with something which is known as the list of indicative priority field of study. But the methodology has not been very totally efficient, I would say. As you know, we have a very dynamic, the labor market is always very dynamic. So whatever is demand at the moment can be an oversupply after some time. Your methodology, I've seen that you are using the job posting analysis for the labor market, which provides the demand for the current demand, right? The current demand. So when you're doing the forecast, how reliable that forecast is, and for how long will that forecast be? Because let's say I'm a student and I'm relying on that data, I'm entering a course now, I will be out of on the labor market after 4 years. So how is that reliable? The second question is there any other alternative besides using job posting for this kind of analysis? Can we do it in an alternative way? If you could answer that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eduardo, do you want to run also the second question?
Yes, maybe. And please, Mauro, you will need to switch on your interpretation English, because Amilcar is going to speak in Portuguese, unless you understand Portuguese. Amilcar.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. It's not a question as simple. I would like to share some information that we've been doing in Cape Verde when it comes to the information for labor market, which is a very important tool to prevent and to anticipate solution for employment solutions and the professional work that we have. So in 2020 in Cape Verde, we created an observatory on the labor market where we got an objective to produce that information, and that can allow us to fight against the unemployment and also to illustrate all the offers when it comes to labor market. At this point in time, we're in process to develop an action plan to implement a system to anticipate competition, which I think it's very important within this process to have information about the labor market and definite clear policies that can also give space not only in the needs of an employment, which are necessary, but also to direct the professional course for opportunity in the labor market. And thank you. And to thank you also for the presentation.
Okay, can I respond, Eduardo? To
And so you can respond, especially to the first question from Mauritius.
I see one question in chat that I can address very quickly, I think. So for the first question about the use of the data to run forecasting, to run projection. So it's not simple because as you mentioned, it is really the data that are coming from the web is really with a lot of noise. So what we apply to run this projection about occupation and skill requirement is using a mix of data. So we are not using only job posting data in this case, but also traditional data. So one of the features of the traditional data is the robustness. So we can use this robust traditional data, for example, to predict and to project the data about occupation, about employment in the future. And usually we run projection of 10 years. Of course, we cannot predict the pandemic and we cannot predict the work, but it's quite robust to use traditional method and traditional data to run this projection about occupation. About the skill, we use the job posting data. So we use the same methodology. So traditional methodology. So if you have in mind the traditional way to forecast data, we use the same methodology, but for the skill, we use job posting data. Of course, it's difficult to project the data in the next 10 years. Usually we are projection about skill in 2-3 years. Of course, we have in mind that we have a database of currently something like 4 billion of job posting. So we have a very granular data, and in this case, the projections are very robust. So this is the way that we use to apply this projection. Of course, we have on a situation and we collect data not only for a single country, a single region, but we collect data around the world, from US to Italy, Spain, Tunisia, Morocco, Ukraine, Georgia. So this bunch of data is very helpful to make a robust model about the skill projection. But I repeat, we cannot predict the next 10 years of skill. Usually for the occupation, we have a robust model to project data for the next 10 years. For skill, our model usually are using a time window of 3 years. about the question that we have in chat is really. So if we go in detail to the single job titles, could be an issue, could be a lot of confusion from employers. It's the reason, like I mentioned, we use a mix of data taxonomy, so artificial intelligence engineer, robotics engineers are quite a similar occupation, and maybe only some skills are different. So usually we cluster this occupation in one single group. We have legacy taxonomy in Lightcast, but is open. If you go to Google and if you look for Lightcast open skills, you will find our open skill taxonomy and our open title taxonomy. It's open, you can download and use it. But for example, when we speak with public administration, when we speak with a public organization, we use international taxonomy. So ESCO for occupation and skill in Europe, ONET if we work with US, Canada, and South America, but are very useful taxonomy. And what we do is to try to group, to aggregate these very similar occupations. So the difference between an AI developer and an AI engineer is, I think, some skills. So and it is the feature of the job posting data, because in this case we can try to observe the different skill. We can try to observe the different salary, for example, and of course we can use then a common way, so a common taxonomy. So AI developer, AI engineer are, I think, in the same cluster of data scientists, of mathematicians, and so on. And we can use this common taxonomy to create a widget, to create a dashboard, to create analytics, to inform and to interconnect our different stakeholders.
Mauro, and I think Dr. Janene from Ethiopia was asking this last question. Online is satisfied, I think, for the response, and maybe we can continue the conversation a little bit during the week. If you are interested, we can take a look, for example, at the dashboards, Tunisia or Ukraine. And we started already doing a similar project with Egypt and also with Kenya. So thank you very much. And so now I look at Morlai from Sierra Leone for the presentation. If you want to do it now, we are ready from on our side. If you have still 10 minutes energy, everybody, Morlai from Sierra Leone would like to share the experience and the path, the challenges, perspectives of NQF development in his country. Thank you for the energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the organizers. We are happy to be here. We are happy to learn. And we'll give a brief background on the education status of Sierra Leone. Okay. Okay. This is the overview of the presentation. The education system of Sierra Leone, we are using the 6334 system. In our starting, we have a good starting, but over the years, we have some challenges. If you can see, we have our first university in 1827. That's the University of Sierra Leone, Frobe College. But we have 10 years war, we have mudslide, we have Ebola, we have COVID, and even 2 weeks ago, we have mudslide again in the country. So we are a resilient nation. We have two Ministry of Education. We have the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. We have the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary School. Those two ministries developed two policies. We have the TVET policy in 2018. We have the free quality education, the free school quality education. That's from primary school to secondary school. Kids are not paying no fees. We have free education for secondary school and primary school. We have 3 agencies that are supporting the education system. We have the Tertiary Education Commission. We have the National Council for Technical, Vocational, and Other Academic Award. We have the Teaching Service Commission. The NCTVA, the National Council for Technical Education, and the TEC Act, we have the Act in 2001. We have the Teaching Service Commission Act in 2011. The NCTVA is responsible for TVET and teacher education. They manage the TVET sector, they conduct exams and the teacher education. We have one national exams for all the levels of teachers and another national exams for certificate, diploma, and higher diploma. We have a national exam that is cut across. The Tertiary Education Commission, they are responsible for policy and managing the higher education. The Teaching Service Commission, they manage the affairs of teachers in Sierra Leone. This is the pathway of the education structure in the country. You can see we have TVET, we have polytechnics, and recently we upgraded our polytechnics to technical universities, looking at the new emergence, the CBT, the TVET policy, and we have another policy that says we want all districts in the country to have a government technical institute. We have secure 12 out of 15 districts. Now we have 12 technical institutes that are operating. They operate with certificate, diploma, and higher diploma. And we have another teacher education college. We have converted that teacher education college to polytechnic. We have a model where we don't want people to look at TVET. It is not relevant. That's why both colleges that are offer TVET, they also offer teacher education. These are the efforts being made by the TVET sector for the introduction of CBET. We have a project with GIZ. In 2014, we developed our first CBET, 6 sectors. And recently, in 2019, we have a World Bank project. We developed 19 sectors. These are ready. We are in the pilot phase of introducing this CBET. And the consultant we have for the CBET introduced the NQF for us. And we have a lot of materials from that training. We train experts in country. Now we have over 50 experts in country that can develop the CBET. And I'm here, this is an international platform. I don't want to do the presentation alone. I'll call my colleagues to give an update on the NQF. Mr. Sise.
All right. My name is Abdurrahman Sise from Sierra Leone, and there has been some progress in our NQF development. And we started off with no NQF, and we moved to early thinking and marching towards the NQF. So now we are in the early stages of the NQF development. As you can see on the slide, we have the MTHE NCTV VET toolbox proposal. The MTHE is the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. We have a general proposal for the NQF. And we also have the TEC SPEAR proposal for the higher education. So as I'm speaking now, we have two proposals. So we are stuck in this process. So we cannot move with two proposals. So that is why we are asking this gathering to provide us with solution, how we can move from this stage to go forward. Because with two proposals for a comprehensive NQF, we need consultations, we need harmonization workshop so that we can have a clear pathway to move forward. So there has been some effort, and the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education is to take the lead, and it has created a technical working group for the development and implementation of the Sierra Leone qualification framework. A draft TOR has been done in April 2022. Of course, we've benefited from the ACQF webinar series, which has helped us to develop our NQF in the early stages. Of course, there has been some review in the NCTV and TEC Act to bring on board the NQF. For us at the NCTV, we are presently reviewing our act, and in that review, we've included a Directorate of Qualification and Certification. The same goes to the TEC as well. They have a Directorate of Quality Assurance and Qualifications. So these are all efforts in moving towards having a national qualification framework. Of course, the status on the Sierra Leone qualification framework. The key differences on the two proposals presented. For the virtual box, we have 9 levels. For the SPEAR TC project, 12 levels. Likewise, for the VET toolbox, is 4 domains and 3 domains for the TC SPEAR. And these are all the reasons why we need the harmonization, workshop, and consultation so that we can move the process. And there is also an issue of a governance system. The VET toolbox consultant gave us 2 options. It's either we choose the centralized system of governance, that is, having a national qualification authority, or we decentralize it. The NCTV will take the parts of the TVET, whilst the TC will control the higher education. So that is why I pose a question to Dr. Juma. I think it is posted on the board there, and which one of the two is more appropriate, especially in the early development process of NQF? Is it the centralized one or the decentralized one? So for the TC part, in their proposal, they stated the centralized system. So we are a bit confused. That is why we need guidance from this guardian so that they can help us to pass this stage. Of course, with the little successes that we've made, we have still some challenges, limited understanding and capacity at relevant MDEs. So we cannot have a clear pathway if the knowledge is limited. So we need capacity building in that regard. So the ACQF and other advanced countries that have passed this stage, they can guide and help us with that. And there's the harmonization process is very, very slow. As I'm speaking now, we are stuck in the harmonization process. And with two proposals, we need to have that clear so that we can move ahead. There is a need for a regulatory body. Yes, indeed, there is a need for that. But is it going to be a centralized one or a decentralized one? So we need guidance in that direction as well. We need a qualification act as well. For now, we don't have a qualification act, so we need guidance in that regard, especially for the advanced countries in terms of NQF. A need for legal and technical financial support as well is needed. International consultant missions, the World Bank and the ACQF too can help in that regard as well. Of course, the VET Toolbox consultant presented 12 steps, activities that we are to go by in order to have our NQF developed. And from the look of things, we are still on activity 1, that is meeting between the two projects and agreeing on an overall approach. So that is where we are stuck. Until we are able to clear the activity 1, then we can go forward from activity 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Before okay, this is a continuation of the suggested steps that was proposed by the VET Toolbox. So if we can have the activities 1 cleared for us by the expert here, I think we will be able to move faster so that we can be able to achieve the 12 activities, which is from a launch of the Sierra Leone qualification framework with clear defined transition, where we can invite some of our friends from other countries to witness that launching. So in a way of concluding, I want to thank the organizers, especially the African Union, the AU, the German Corporation, GIZ, the European Training Foundation for giving us this opportunity to witness this ACQF training. And this has been a learning process for us. And all what we've learned here, we are going to take it home, especially the thematic briefs and the training modules that are on the website. They are very useful, so we are going to use them in order to develop our NQF. I thank you.
I think we are very impressed with this presentation. It was all done really spontaneously, let's say. It was not planned. And so this presentation is not yet available on the website, but it will. And thanks so much for your energy and willingness to share this. This has always been actually let's say, the attitude, the spirit of NCTVA since the beginning of our cooperation. And they are always there. They have been in groups participating in the peer learning activities, and thanks for being here. So I just want to ask colleagues, do you want to make any comments about the various questions that were asked here?
And as I'm speaking, our office is closed today. All the senior officers, they are listening to this NQF, including the director. Yeah, Mr. Jallo.
Maybe you want to say something, Mr. Jallo.
Mr. Sheku, Mr. Jallo, Imam Razi, Lucas, do you want to say something?
Look at them. Hi.
Hi, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Eduardo, we have a question from Mr. Tinka Kamara.
Kamara, also from higher education. Thank you. Please, you can take the floor. Tinka Kamara, please. Hi.
Hello.
Please.
Hello.
Hello, Emmanuel.
Yeah, good
Yes.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is not a question per se. It is not a question per se, but I just want to throw light on some of the issues with respect to the National Qualifications Framework that Mr. Molai and co have discussed. The NQF in Sierra Leone presently, it has various levels, though it has not yet been completed, but at present we have 10 levels, and it takes into account early childhood education, primary education, secondary, and even tertiary education. And within the National Qualifications Framework that we are proposing, there are various pathways and various transitions. The early childhood is at level 0 because we think they are important in the education. And with that again, we have the primary level, we have the secondary and the tertiary. And there are links, there are transitions. You can move horizontally and vertically. During the SPEAR project that has just been concluded, part of the responsibility of that project is to develop a national qualifications framework. But the national qualifications framework that was developed was mainly for higher education, though it takes into account TVET, basic education, and even early childhood education. Two key issues of that NQF are the governance and coordination of policies across government ministries in order to ensure adequate involvement of stakeholders. And we also take into account the ACQF framework that is in line with the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And for Sierra Leone to be in line with, in developing this NQF, we benchmark other qualifications framework, like the ones in South Africa and the ones in East Africa. And at present, there is a team that is working on the finalization of the National Qualification Framework. And yeah, in fact, there is a steering committee that is responsible to ensure the finalization of the NQF that is inclusive of all stakeholders in the higher education sector in Sierra Leone. I'll just stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Tinka Kamara, for this supplementary information. And now we have some possibility. We have also Josephus Sawyer. We have been in touch with him by email for a meeting. So I hope we will get to that meeting, maybe next week. And I would like then now to pass the floor to our participants in the room who want to make comments. One of them is Dr. Mukwana. Who else would like to make any comments, any suggestions on the various issues that were presented here? I don't know if colleagues from the trainers team want also to say something. So, Dr. Mukwana, please take the floor. Yes.
Yeah, let me thank the team from Sierra Leone. I think they have done
a good job, and you can see the passion and the enthusiasm, and I think that's the spirit that we said. And of course, your presentation raises a number of issues. I see you want to separate autonomy and responsibility as three different domains. I think that usually that is one. It's combined, autonomy and responsibility. As to whether you want to do a centralized, comprehensive national qualification framework or a decentralized one depends on the buy-in, the willingness for people to give space. If you have enough support, and a comprehensive one will be the best, so that you have something that communicates with each other, as we said yesterday, from primary school through TVET to university. And then maybe the last thing I want to say is, I think let's get in touch after you do this, so that maybe we could have an online meeting between the Kenyan and Sierra Leone team. When we go back, then we can exchange more. But you are on a good note, you are on the right footing, and we will be happy to share with you how we can take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
James, yes.
Thank you so much, Eduarda, and congratulations to the colleagues from Sierra Leone for the very powerful presentation that they've put across. Just to add on to what Dr. Mokwana has already elaborated upon, I think what would also be helpful to the country is to try and look at the various stakeholders when it comes to coordination. Of course, we are talking about responsibilities within the general education, responsibilities within the TVET, and of course the higher education subsector. So there should be a deliberate move to identify which institution should be able to lead the process, to spearhead, or indeed which ministry should take the lead, and which ministry or ministries are willing to follow. The moment we have a situation where we are at loggerheads, no one is willing to cede, as it were, or to give way to the other ministry to be able to take the lead, it will be a bit difficult for the country to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you want to see anything else, just take the floor. It's okay?
It's okay for now.
Many thanks. Thank you so much again. And I find brilliant, very young people taking on their shoulders, let's say, such a very important and complex subject, isn't it? So I think there is a future. So colleagues, I think we had a very productive day. It was a bit longer. We started very well with our friend from Ethiopia. It was a very good presentation, and there were some questions, and some of the questions that were asked also in the chat box regarding level 1, etc. we can still discuss, since you are still in the process of approving, if you want to discuss anything related to that level. Many thanks again. Thanks to all of you for a very active, dynamic day. Many questions. I see many cards there on the boards. Now we have to elaborate and on all that. I think Naveen, Colleen, James, we all need to spend 1 or 2 hours here now elaborating responses. And so we meet tomorrow at 10. And I think it's going to be another very interesting day. We start with IGAD is going to share with us the recent developments, Zagal and Dr. Kebede, thank you. And then we have also very interesting thematic presentations by our colleagues from ZAQA. They are going to present the training module 4, basically validation of learning. So RPL, CATS, these are very important topics. We will have country presentations, notably VAE du Cameroon, Matthias, and also CATS Kenya. So please take a look at your agenda for tomorrow. At the slides, if you have time, all these slides, all these presentations are available on the web page. You just have to go there. Materials, all the presentations are there except the one that Sierra Leone just did now. So if you want already to take an advanced look at the presentations of tomorrow. So thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the evening. And we continue working with some of you, Somalia today. And thank you, everybody. It was a very, very good day. And I think we are really getting used to each other already. And tomorrow it will be even better. Thank you.